Hmm. Yeah, it's not like more Pikmin wouldn't be bad, you know? Ah. Here we go. Yeah, one game each generation, like Mario. Yeah. Now we get Louis' notes as well. 2/3 lost. Hmm. Look at this. This iconic creature. Yeah, it does have ladybug pattern. Oh. Here we go. KD. Oh, we lost 16 Pikmin to it. Good. Alright. Wish me luck. Red Bulborb. Oculus, Kageyami Russus. Grub Dog Family. This large organism has the familiar mandibles and cranial morphology of the Grub Dog family, as well as the characteristic bulging eyes. As with most grub dogs, the creature's cranium comprises half of its total length and girth, showing a scarlet abdomen with white spots. This creature is primarily nocturnal, choosing to prey upon smaller creatures returning to their nests. Originally classified as the spotty Bulborb, further research has reclassified this species as the red Bulborb. Subspecies of varied colors have recently been discovered, but academics are divided into two rival camps over how to handle their classification. Can I show the water? I'm showing the whole. I'm going through the whole Piklopedia. Girth. We're going through the whole Piklopedia. And here is why I wanted to wait to rescue Louis. Plump specimens are best spit roasted whole, stuffed with a lime and a slab of bacon, basted frequently to ensure a magnificently moist haunch. They're all recipes. It's all how to cook the creatures. It's great. Hairy Bulborb. Oculus Kageyami Follicus. Grub Dog Family. This subspecies of grub dog has a thick coat of soft white fur that obscures its abdominal markings. The fur also warms its vital organs, making the species well adapted to colder climates. However, its hair follicles are surprisingly frail, which can result in immediate hair loss if the creature is surprised. When did Louis get to cook these creatures? When you weren't looking. Oh, you're getting hungry. I want to do some cooking tomorrow. Remove all of the Bulborb's hair, wrap the beast in foil along with a halved lemon, and place it directly on the grill. The foil should protect the carcass from scorching, and the lemon will give the meat an elegant hint of citrus. He was on the planet for 10 days, yeah. He was hungry. Oh no! The butterflies are pushing the Bulborb in the... Have we get lemons? Ah. Don't think about it. Oh yeah, Grub Dog. Yeah, apparently Olimar's dog, like the Hokate on Hokate, they've got dogs that look kind of like Bulborbs. That's what they're named after. Orange Bulborb. Oculus Kageyami Orangium. Grub Dog Family. This Bulborb species boasts a garish color pattern, with deep orange body and black spots. The orange Bulborb's yellow, bloodshot eyes make it clear that this grub dog is excessively edgy and high-strung, making it much easier to wake from deep sleep than other species in the Bulborb family. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, the pick carrots, yeah. That's a... I'd assume they're about that size. The edgelords. Oh, no. This Bulborb's meaty flanks make for salaciously savory steaks that shouldn't be missed. It's delicious. Dwarf Red Bulborb. Pansaurus pseudocoli russus. Redbug Family. Although initially identified as a juvenile red Bulborb, groundbreaking new research indicates that this creature is in fact a member of the breadbug family. A close relative of the vanilla breadbug, it escapes predation through mimicry. Unique adaptation of the red Bulborb's crimson coloration allows the species to safely commingle. Such effective adaptation and obfuscation by prey species is rare, indicating this clever creature is a master of mimicry. They were Bulborbs bread bugs all along. Let's go. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. For a blissful bisque, mince the entire beast finely and stir in with heavy cream, artichoke hearts, and a pinch of black pepper. Heat slowly until piping hot. Rich and creamy. Snowball Borb. Pansaris pseudocoli rusticus. Breadbug family. Like the dwarf red Bulborb, the Snowball Borb is a member of the breadbug family that seeks to survive through imitating the appearance and behavior of a Bulborb. Its pale coloration and blue spots make for easy identification. In particular, this organism mimics the hairy Bulborb, but it is of course unable to grow the hair that gives the hairy Bulborb its name. However, as the hairy Bulborb has been known to lose its hair in certain circumstances, the Snowball Borb is an effective mimic that is often mistaken for a member of the same species. Oh yeah, the little ones are called Snowball Borbs, and the large ones are called hairy Bulborbs. No, the recipe first. Best grilled and served hot over a bed of fresh spinach and crumbled blue cheese. Yeah, I should try some of these. Dwarf orange Bulborb. Pansaris pseudocoli orangium. Breadbug family. Just as dwarf red Bulborbs mimic the appearance of red Bulborbs, it was theorized that orange Bulborb mimicking variant must exist. Recent fieldwork has confirmed this theory. Blue cheese is good. No. Nah. You don't know anything. No. Anyways, although difficult to prepare, this exquisite creature is more than worth the effort. Great in fajitas. Yeah, no. Blue cheese burgers. Blue cheese on burgers is good. Spotty Bulbear. Oculus terribilis dodicum. Grub Dog Family. A mid-sized subspecies within the Grub Dog Family. The Spotty Bulbear's unique feeding habits set it apart from the other grub dogs. The Spotty Bulbear patrols a set path searching for prey, instead of passively feeding on creatures that wander into a limited territorial range. When entering Bulbear habitat, it is wise to proceed with extreme caution until the Bulbear's patrol path can be clearly identified. You read the treasure description in the comedy bomb. Okay. Scariest enemy? Maybe. Yeah, okay, yeah, they are pretty bad. Yeah, no, I'm going through the treasure as well. Oh. For an unrivaled green curry, peel away the Spotty Bulbear's skin, pulverize the juicy innards, and stew until curiously fragrant. This man's a culinary expert. Dwarf Bulbear, Oculus terribilis, Grub Dog Family. A grub dog larva in its third stage of development. This creature's body structure is nearing maturation. However, unlike mature Bulbears, it is yet to claim its own patrol route, and is thus dependent upon its parent for guarding direction. Entire Piklopedia? Oh yeah. No, he has tools. How else would he dice it with his bare hands? Yeah, this is actually a young Bulbear, unlike the dwarf other ones. Remove innards, stuff with sage and finely aged prosciutto, and broil until golden brown. The ultimate crowd pleasers. These are good. Bulborb larvae, Oculus beanie. Bambini. Probably did. That's probably the only thing he used the thing for. The Tyrant Weevil. Anyways, Grub Dog Family, As its name implies, this creature is a Bulborb in an early stage of development. Its distinct Bulborb coloration has yet to appear, but it already exhibits other uniquely Bulborb characteristics. It is capable of hunting nourishment independently without the help of its parents. Yeah, and this is an even more babby. Yeah. This meager creature offers little meat, but its eyeballs are a local delicacy. Try them with okra and a dollop of sour cream. Oh, how many did I lose to this? I lost 22 Pikmin. And I lost 2 to the Spotty Bullbear. Good morning, meat. Oh no. Well, welcome to the Pikmin 2 Piklopedia. 42 lost to the Fiery Bullblacks. Here we go. Fiery Bullblacks. Oculus vulcanus. Grub Dog Family. Bodily excretions of a highly flammable, waxy substance interact with the cell structure of this grub dog's skin, causing a chemical reaction that produces extremely high temperatures. The skin benefits from a spongy cell structure that diffuses the surface heat, protecting the creature's inner organs. Due to the astonishing amount of heat produced by this beast, it should be observed with great caution. Yeah, he's on fire. Wait, will the Pick carrots? Yeah, they will. They will explode instantly on touching the fire. No stove? No problem. The sizzling beast practically cooks itself. Remember to thoroughly extinguish the steaks prior to eating. Water Dumple. That's what these things are called. Water Dumple. Ichthyosa felinus. Grub Dog Family. Oh, it's a grub dog. Oh. A resident of freshwater pools and marshes. This aquatic creature regularly feeds on insects that land on the surface of the water. It shares a nearly identical skeletal structure with its close relative and terrestrial cousin, the Bulborb. This may offer clues into its evolutionary origin and suggests that it only recently immigrated to an aquatic habitat. Alright, good night, Calavera. Sleep tight, don't let the bedbugs bite, nor any Pikmin creatures. Deep fried dumples without batter for all of the flavor with half the fat. Nice. Oh, the Pick carrots. Yeah, they explode on water. Don't let the bread bugs bite. They don't. They can't. Well, maybe the dwarf Bulborbs, maybe, technically. Anyways. Bulbman. Parasiticus Pikmenicus. Pikmin family. This loathsome creature is in fact a parasitic form of Pikmin that has infected a Bulborb. Unlike Pikmin that nest in Pikmin onions, this parasitic relative spends its life inside the body of a host, usually a Bulborb. Juveniles fall in line and mimic the actions of their parent until maturing into full independence. By burying its root-like limbs into the nervous system of the host Bulborb and infusing it with natural hormonal excretions, the Bulbman is able to control virtually all of the host's bodily functions. However, the host's voracious appetite seems impossible to suppress. When the breadbugs bite you, it feels pretty crummy. Are you sure you don't want to be bit by this? Look at this thing. We'll get to that. You want to tame them? Everyone does. Grind the meat and season with allspice, salt, and ground white pepper. Press the seasoned meat into meat satchels, then pan fry them with onions. Prior to serving, smother the brats with Dijon mustard and sauerkraut. Buns are optional. Yo, Bulbman hot dog. Kroggy's new 3D model. No, I was gonna go as a bread bug for Halloween. I guess that's fine. Smother the brats. No. Fiery blowhog. That's Latin for pig. Draconis, blowhog family. This creature expels a volatile phosphorus compound from its snout that combusts upon contact with air. This fire-breathing ability is dependent upon the air-to-fuel ratio at its mouth, catalyst reaction within the expelled compound, and purification of the compound. Thus, it is highly unlikely that such a complex process could cause the spontaneous explosion of a fallen blowhog. This process is also perhaps to avoid risk of spontaneous combustion in the belly of a live specimen. However, one should still treat a fiery blowhog with great care, even after its life functions have ceased. Latin pigs are kinda... Huh? Don't finish that sentence. Roast this flavorful beast for several hours, letting it stew in its own succulent juices. Don't worry about overcooking this beast, it's scorch-proof. Watery blowhog. Watery blowhog. Sus... Lugans? Lugans? I don't know Latin. Blowhog Family. A variant subspecies of the fiery blowhog, the watery blowhog lacks several of the dominant genes necessary for the production of fire-producing catalysts, and thus expels jets of the non-flammable liquid. This subspecies appears to have only recently evolved. However, the hereditary traits of this variant are dominant and highly robust, so its population is rapidly increasing. Thus. No. This beast's unrivaled moistness gives it a melt-in-the-mouth quality that's incomparable. Armored cannon beetle larva. Granitus, coolant? Chocoline? Lithopod Family. This specimen is a lithopod larva. This expedition was unable to confirm the existence of any mature lithopods, leading to concerns that the species was extinct on this planet. But the discovery of the creature in larval form eased such concerns. Lithopods, like flint beetles, use internal metabacteria to aid chemical digestion. These metabacteria can only survive in certain environments, which is within the body of certain insects. So, lithopod larvae do not contain any metabacteria immediately after hatching. Larvae feed on partially digested or regurgitated by mature lithopods, ensuring the larvae obtain metabacteria they would not normally have acquired. Subspecies more like subspecies. Hey, no! No, I might need more water and tea. Look at this bastard. Anything a little sus? No. Carefully remove every grain of sand, peel back the exoskeleton, and slurp heartily. Yeah. Huh. Decorated cannon beetle. Granitus decorum Lithopod Family. This creature is the larval form of a cannon beetle variant known for a diet consisting entirely of eating stones. The decorated cannon beetle favors stones with high iron content, which contributes to its brilliant red torso. The stones these creatures launch are wrapped in a powerful magnetic field which causes the stones to stray from their launch trajectory when other objects with high metal content, such as spacesuits, are nearby. Extreme caution is recommended for explorers wearing steel-plated armor in close proximity to this fearsome creature. Slice the meat into tender cutlets and vigorously apply a lime and pepper rub. Pan fry until lightly crusted, accompany with watercress, and drizzle with freshly prepared tamarind sauce. No. Puppy blowhog. Sus inflata. Blowhog Family. This species of blowhog uses internally generated hydrogen to inflate a flotation bladder and hover above the ground. The creature's electrified pulse creates a sash of color that flows along the surface of its body, making it particularly beautiful blowhog subspecies. Precisely how it is able to internally stabilize its highly explosive hydrogen and simultaneously generate electricity remains a mystery. The puffy blowhog blows leaves and grass around to eat the insects underneath. It maintains mid-air buoyancy by using its fins and releasing air through blowholes. This enables it to float effortlessly, even in the breeze. In times of danger, the puffy blowhog can decompress its flotation bladder for a rapid escape from predators. It's right up against the camera. Slice this creature's feather-light skin into triangles, deep fry until crispy, and salt generously. Makes the perfect scooping chip to accompany fresh mango salsa. Now, good morning, Doc Pestis. It turns out it is possible for a joke to be too easy. Indeed. It's the Latin name for pig. But yeah, you turn this bastard into chips. Now, here we go. This is, okay. Withering Blowhog. Sus Decrepitia. Decrepitia, I think. Whatever. Blowhog Family. The Withering Blowhog is a close relative of the Puffy Blowhog, but its breath is significantly weaker. However, its breath does contain a petal-withering plant hormone that causes flowers to instantly lose their petals. Although its breath has not been studied in detail, analysis of the chemical compounds involved hold great promise for the biotechnology sector. But yeah, welcome to Pikmin 2 Piklopedia. Hang this creature on a rack and sun-dry on a hot afternoon. When suitably crisp, grind the sun-dried beast into powder. Makes a great substitute for cayenne or curry powder. Yeah, these recipes sound like a lot of fun. I'll look into that. I will look into that. Gatloin Groink. Megaplod. Calibursi. There we go. Unknown Family. This beastly predator's aggressive ejection of high-speed projectiles makes it one of the most fearsome creatures in the ecosystem. Its body seems to comprise of both biological and mechanical components, and represents one of the most evolutionarily advanced specimens ever observed. The chamber within its torso gives it rapid-fire biopellet launch capabilities. What appears to be a tail fin is in fact the base of its counterweight and ammunition cylinder, so immobilizing this appendage will prevent the Groink from attacking, at least in theory. Confirmation of this suspicion remains elusive, as nobody has volunteered to test it. Remove the cannon and ammo stockpile, then vigorously tenderize the meat with a heavy mallet. Stir fry with caramelized onions and figwort sprouts. Spoon over a steaming bowl of fluffy white rice and douse with chili sauce. I wasn't this hungry when I started. Oh. Iridescent flint beetle. Pillae envelopens. Flint Beetle Family. Flint beetles are nocturnal, choosing to hide in the grass by day and stay active at night. These creatures keep undigested food pellets in their stomachs to sustain them through the winter. But given the right stimulus, they will spit them out. Recent research has revealed that these pellets are enveloped in a membrane that seals and preserves them in a sterile, airtight environment. If kept at room temperature, it seems that this pellet membrane will keep its contents fresh for up to 6 months. The membrane may be made from the same substance that gives the exoskeleton of the flint beetle its beautiful sheen. Cooking with bag. I do want to do some cooking tomorrow. We'll see what happens. An essential flavor accentuating ingredient in gumbo and jambalaya. Also delicious in soups, broths, and marinades. Yeah. Playing Candy Box and Cookie Clicker at the same time just makes me want to make cookies. At least the project. One more stick of butter couldn't hurt. Who ate the whole ass planet? Oh yeah. Wait, we didn't get the cutscene with the... We didn't get the cutscene. Iridescent glint beetle. Pillae auricus? Glint Beetle Family. Latin for gold, whatever. This variety of beetle consumes subterranean minerals. Due to the fact that it rarely emerges above ground, sightings of this particular species are extremely rare. While minerals are this beast's primary food source, this beetle itself does not have the ability to digest these minerals. Instead, metabacteria living inside the beetle's stomach chemically break down the minerals. The resulting purified metal is discharged, but rare metals such as gold and platinum crystallize onto the iridescent flint beetle's shell, resulting in the beautiful laminated shimmer. Yeah. You get that from beating all the challenges? Oh. I'll have to come back to this. This precious treat is exceptionally rare. I could sell it back home for a fortune. Then, I could use the cash to upgrade my kitchen, buy galactic class ingredients, and even star in my own cooking show, The Insect Gourmet. Yeah, I'll have to schedule that. You remember, because as a kid you definitely did not do that and googled it instead. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, no one died to the Doodlebug. Nice. Doodlebug. Hili Flaturum. And yeah, Lithopod Family. While life forms that excrete foul musks to warn of danger are not rare, the Doodlebug is the only species known to release flatulence when active above ground. Interestingly enough, since it is merely releasing the gas created by decay of the contents of the creature's intestines, it does not have a special musk-producing organ. This means the creature is in fact merely flatulating. Spectral analysis of the rank gas indicates it contains not only methane, but hydrogen sulfide as well, making the flatulence a grade 8 biohazard. Wait, grade 13 biohazard. And it's... Imagine. Good morning, Blessed Heretic. Louise Kitchen Nightmares. Looking for a flavor that will surprise and delight your guests? This beast's aroma may surprise your guests, but it won't be delightful. The Taco Bell bug. Good morning, Victus? Or were you here earlier? I don't know. But yeah, welcome to the Piklopedia, everyone. Imagine the smell. Shear grub female. Miagia mandibulosa. Mandibulard Family. The males of this species are purple and black creatures with tapered mouths, while the females are lighter in color and lack an armored exoskeleton. As with most mandibulards, these creatures have regressed to the point where they have lost both legs and wings. They can be seen crawling around on the ground and are believed to feed on the vegetable extracts from the congealed fluids of expired Pikmin. Good morning, Cocobungus. Super Nintendo? Sega Genesis? For an unforgettable quiche, slice this creature up and mix with 4 eggs, 2 vine-ripened tomatoes, diced zucchini, and generous handfuls of feta and Swiss. Bake until crusty and golden. This beast is most flavorful if caught and cooked just after laying its eggs. That's your favorite video? Was there a Pikmin bit in that? I think so. That's Newgrounds. Here we go. Spear grub male. Miagia mandibulosa. Mandibulard Family. This specimen is a male shear grub, having lost both legs and wings. The male burrows into the soil and waits to ambush small creatures that pass by. This beast's mandibles can be dangerous, making creatures such as Pikmin easy prey. Yeah, no, I really want to cook some of these. No! Switzerland and Greece? Don't think too hard about it. Spread several specimens in the bottom of a casserole dish and layer with sliced avocado. Bake until the meat is choice and the cheese is lusciously browned. Okay, good. It's been too long. Here we go. Shearwig. Miagia valaris. Mandibulard Family. Unusual for the genus, flying mandibulards have retained their wings. However, only the adult males of the species can fly. Females of the species spend most of their lifespan underground. They do emerge for a period after maturation to spawn, but never metamorphose. Eating bugs. No! No! Grate this beast into a zest and whisk with sugar, cream, and chopped dark chocolate for a lusciously indulgent mousse. It's a true culinary coup de grace. Yeah. Ratatouille styling. Oh yeah, he was controlling the robot like Ratatouille. Ratatouille. Cloaking burrow knit. Trilobitans reclusiva. Burrow knit family. The snake-eyed pattern on this beast's shell is one of the most distinctive features of the burrow knit family. The red pattern of the cloak burrowing knit and the spikes around its mantle make it easily identifiable while still making it a representative specimen of the burrow knit family. The shell on the cloaking burrow knit's back also provides a frame that fixes its muscular structure in place and appears to give the creature its powerful needle-launching attack. Boil in the shell with a pinch of salt until bright red, and serve piping hot with tartar sauce. Oh, a ravenous whisker pillar. Lepidoptera? Fuckius? Whisker pillar family. As this species of insect has only recently been discovered, fully mature specimens have yet to be collected. No molting or metamorphosis have been observed during the observation period, making it unlikely that mature whisker pillars will be encountered anytime soon. Based on active predation by Pikmin, it is believed that the whisker pillar's place in the food chain has not changed over time. Delicious skillet seared or sauteed with scallions and red Genovese sauce. I don't know what that is, actually. Louis is smarter than me. Shit. Here we go. Anode Beetles. Scarabum Electrodia. Scarab Beetle Family. This specimen is representative of an insect hybrid that uses electricity in addition to glycogen for its energy. Glycogen? Glycogen? Although difficult to confirm due to their microscopic size, tiny hairs on the creature's legs cause the friction that generates the electrical charge. The electrical charge is processed by the creature's internal machina battery structure, and then stored as a Deus electrical field. As this field reaches critical levels, surplus electricity is emitted, resulting in a low voltage current that is transmitted between specimens. It can shock other creatures in the immediate vicinity. Considering this process, it can be surmised that the largest impetus to pack behavior is not so much for a synergic effect of producing as a pack, as it is to take advantage of this most effective means of group preservation. Glycogen. Okay, yeah. Genovese is generally onions, meat, and white wine. Good morning, Bone Miser. Paper Bozu. I think you got me mixed up. Welcome to the Piklopedia. Drain the electrical charge before boiling. Although it is possible to eat an anode beetle while it is charged, doing so may result in an unpleasant tingling sensation. Mitite. Mitavis infiltratus. Unknown family. These parasitic insects feed on eggs. Upon reaching maturity, they excrete a special pheromone that attracts females of particular species, enticing these females to swallow the mitite's whole. Pikmin, however, seem to dislike the scent. After entering the host female's body, the mitites lay their own eggs inside the host's eggs just prior to the host spawning. No. This is not of the pig family. Flash fry with garlic and red chilies in a hot pan, then sprinkle with grated gorgonzola. Some dinner guests may find the legs unappealing, so it is best to remove them before serving. Hermit Crawmad. Camabarus rustica. Crawmad family. Looking at the eyes and skull-shaped legs characteristic of squillas, one would think that this is a squilla relative. In fact, it is a relative of the hermit crab. This species, however, has migrated from seaside life in a shell and instead inhabits the burrows in the ground. While its legs appear sickle-like, they are pincers that have evolved into a fin shape. This beast feeds on small creatures that pass by its lair, dragging them inside to eat them. Shuck from the shell, bake on high heat until crispy, then dip in a pot of melted milk chocolate. Lip-smacking sweet. Yo, chocolate lobsters. I never thought about chocolate seafood before. Now I have. Swooping snitch bug. Scarpanica Casparinus. Scarpanid family. The Scarpanids originally lived on the ground, sporting poorly developed vestigial wings. This species developed enlarged antennae that can be used as makeshift wings. Scarpanids are attracted by the sight of large groups of Pikmin in cavalry formation, and will swoop down to seize them. However, Scarpanids do not eat Pikmin, and they will drop any seized Pikmin after a short time. The reason for this behavior is unknown, but I look forward to future research in the area. Can't think of any seafood that would be improved with chocolate? You're not thinking hard enough. Chocolate shrimp on Valentine's Day, let's go. There we go. Remove the wings, marinate a well-marbled steak for several hours in a chipotle marinade, then charbroil to perfection. Now here we go. The bumbling snitch bug. Scarpanica dufenia. Scarpanid family. This is a variety of snitch bug. Its most interesting characteristic is that it likes to snitch leaders. Yet barring wanton carelessness or incompetence, leaders are not easily captured. Any leader caught by this creature is clearly an idiot, which is why this creature is also known as the exposing snitch bug. There are several known varieties of snitch bugs, but research has stagnated despite it being such an interesting species. Remove the wings and discard the remainder of the beast. Enjoy the luxurious wafer-thin wings with fine water-dumple caviar. Ooh. Nice. Careening Dirigibug. Flotillum, Circus Maximus. Dirigibug family. This creature floats effortlessly through the air using gas-filled balloons. Both its appearance and its nature are antagonistic, and it is the only variant of its species in this ecosystem. It may be best to consider the possibility that it somehow wandered into this ecosystem from an entirely alien one. Positive proof does not exist at this point, but that is how the creature is currently classified. Pull off the balloon-like air sacs, mince the meaty abdomen, and shape it into small cakes. Pan-sear the cakes until crusted, but be careful not to overcook the delicate meat. When ready to serve, garnish the plate with the vibrant air sacs. Even the most discerning dinner guest will be dazzled by the colorful presentation. No, he's even working on plating. This man is too much. Antenna Beetle. Mesmeri radiocontra. Kettlebug family. This creature is able to control the Pikmin by way of the peculiar frequency of its roar, but its only objective seems to be defensive in nature, as it stops Pikmin from attacking and forces them to run away. This beast prefers humid, dimly lit environments, and has been known to inhabit empty and discarded containers. For this reason, it's wise to thoroughly ventilate any specimens that are recovered. Lifting off one of these creatures in the hold can lead to a rupturing of the specimen during decompression, resulting in an explosive mess. We formed a whole menu, absolutely. Whole restaurant based entirely on the uncharted planet. PNF 404 and is named in Pikmin 3. There you go. There's the lore entries. That's what I know. That's what the wiki gets you. Anyways, extract meat from the exoskeleton and sear on all sides in a hot wok to seal the flavor. Top the dish with a splash of spicy peanut sauce. Yes, spicy peanut sauce is really good on in meat. No. Lesser spotted jellyfloat. Cephalus datalium. Jellyfloat family. This native jellyfloat is indigenous to the region. Unfortunately, it is currently endangered as its habitat is being overwhelmed by hostile immigrant species. Similar in taste and texture to gelatin, this jiggling mass of jelly can be sculptured into all kinds of creative shapes. As a bonus, it also doubles as a professional-grade hair gel. It's the perfect cool summer treat. Huh. Weird. I seem to remember something silly getting used as hair gel. Greater spotted jellyfloat. Cephalus vortexia. Jellyfloat family. Vivid pink coloration is the most noticeable characteristic of this floating life form. This immigrant species is not native to the region, having appeared to have recently arrived on wind currents. The luminescent organ in its head attracts prey, which it then sucks up and consumes with its lower orifice. Unlike jellyfish, the jellyfloat's tentacles do not have nematocysts. Nematocysts? Yeah. So there is no danger in touching them. Like a fine cheese, the aroma of this fluid floater can be oppressive, but its flavor must be experienced to be believed. Also makes an unforgettable non-dairy spread. How's Louis gonna cook the weevils? Fiery Dweevil. Mandarachnia napalmans. Dweevil Family. Members of the Weevil family are known for carrying objects of astounding size on their backs, then mimicking them. The Fiery Dweevil is one species in this family. Generally, this is a very gentle insect that feeds on grass nectars, but when faced with danger, the Fiery Dweevil ignites flammable internal gases, it juts out its jaw, and spews scorching flames. As this clearly makes it a rather dangerous insect, it is best not to linger directly in front of it. The search for a gourmet, high-protein salad topping alternative to bacon bits is over. Grind this spicy Dweevil into tasty microchunks and toss them generously over your salad to add instant flair and flavor. Yo. Nice. Anode Weevil. Mandarachnia volticula. Weevil family. Members of the Weevil family are known for carrying objects of astounding size on their backs. Yeah. There we go. They seem to have no particular preference for which objects they carry on their backs, as they will carry anything they can lift. They boast an internal organ that generates electrical charges, which the Anode Weevil releases when it senses danger. Raw Anode Weevil makes for an unforgettable sushi treat, but if it is not prepared by an expert hand with exacting precision, consumption could result in a jolting electrical explosion of apocalyptic proportion. So it's just pufferfish, basically. Interesting. Caustic Weevil. Mandarachnia sulfurnid. Weevil family. There we go. Several points of differentiation with other members of the species have been confirmed, such as body color and behavioral patterns, but none of these suggest major deviations in the creature's genetic structure. This makes it clear that it is a relative of the family. When attacked by enemies, the caustic weevil spits out bodily fluids in response. Spacesuits corrode and oxidize when they come in contact with this highly acidic liquid. Inedible. Effects of consumption include uncontrollable arm flailing and enthusiastic dishwashing. Interesting. That's a silly entry. I wanted to know. Here we go. Munged Weevil. Mandarachnia pungetus. Horrible. Don't wash dishes. It's bad for you. These insects often carry the carcasses of other life forms on their backs, but apparently this is not for the purpose of transporting them as food, but instead is another example of their mimic behavior. The munged weevil produces 2 different chemical compounds within its body, which form poisonous gas when mixed and expelled. This gas is used only for self-defense. Exposure to even extreme heat doesn't seem to rid this creature of the deposits of potent gas. It's probably best for everyone if you avoid eating this hazardous fare. Another unconquered species. Here we go. Volatile Weevil. Mandarachnia explodus. The Weevil Family. The Weevil family exhibits a most unusual characteristic whereby the creature's behavioral patterns actually change based upon the object the creature carries on its back. The volatile Weevil has one of the most potent attacks of all species within the Weevil family due to its habit of carrying explosive devices. Approach with caution and/or body armor. This scorching species combusts upon contact with the tongue, only edible by the adventurous and asbestos-tongued. Cody Blister. I should get some water in a moment. Anyways, Molluskid Minionicus. Mollusking Family. This species of creature has yet to fully evolve from shelled mollusk to a more advanced Blister. Compared to the Blister, this creature is significantly smaller. The fact that its mandibles do not protrude as significantly as the ranging Blister is due in part to the fact that like most mollusks, its vital organs are located deep within the creature's carapace. So yeah, this is related to, but not the same as the boss version. Oh, okay, we're very far through. Yellow Wally Wog. Amphicarus Rodendum? Yeah. Amphituber Family. Yo. When are the Amphitubers coming? We got VTubers. How would that work? Just frogs? This magnificent specimen has the brightest gold coloration and the greatest number of lateral spots of any member of the Amphituber family. This species seems to have lost some swimming proficiency with the evolutionary adaptation that is granted its greater jumping ability. The Amphituber inhabits aquatic shallows and shows an instinctive drive to jump upon and squash smaller creatures. Frogtubers, it's always Wednesday, my dudes. I can only think of like one. Beer batter and deep fry for a down-home flavor you won't soon forget. 60 Pikmin lost to the Wally Wog. Wait, in Pikmin 1, it was Wally Wog and albino Wally Wog? Now it's yellow and... Or did I get it wrong? I may be a fool. Yeah, 60 at once, probably. Wally Wog. Amphicarus albino. Amphituber Family. It is believed that juvenile Wallywogs were once carried by underground currents into caverns, where they thrived in the dark habitat. This troglodytic species of Wallywogs coloration results from generations of cave dwelling and lack of sunlight. Just like me. No. Comparative differences between the size and shape of this Wallywog and other species are thought to be the result of natural selection at work, choosing traits better suited for life in a subterranean environment. Wallywogs are best ground up, shaped into a patty, and flame broiled on a grill. Slap on tomato slices, lettuce, onions, ketchup, and slide the patty between a sesame seed bun for the ultimate beast burger experience. Oh, the Wallywog burger. Who gives a fuck about the Black Whopper? I want the Wallywog burger. Oh, the Wally burger. Wally. No, nice. Wogpole. Amphicarus rodendum. Amphituber Family. The Wally Wog spawns in early spring, laying its eggs on low-hanging tree branches and shrubs growing in or near lakes and ponds. Such unorthodox amphibious behavior is a defense mechanism protecting the eggs from predation by blue Pikmin and water dumples. The Wally Wog's wild hopping near the shoreline in early spring is thought to be a method of driving predators away from the Wogpole eggs. Okay, let me fill up my glass of water. There's a lot more to read. Yeah, there's the rest of Piklopedia, and then the treasures. Let's see. Alright, I'll be right back. Sit tight. Don't let the bedbugs bite while you're sitting and tidying, or whatever. Here we go. I am back. Hey, I'm excited to see the plant entries. I don't know what Louie's gonna do. Here we go. Lapis Lazuli, Candy Pop Bud. Flora Cobaltium, Candy Pop Family. No matter what color Pikmin is tossed into the bosom of this flower, it spits out the same number of blue Pikmin. Oops. This family of plant boasts soft, fleshy leaves, the sinewy tendrils of which allow the flower to open and close repeatedly over the course of a day. Yo, holy shit. The Steven Universe reference. No. This flower's tough texture makes it unsuitable for salads, but its bright blue hue makes for a grandiose garnish. Wait, can I throw them in? No. No, unfortunate. Crimson Candy Pop Bud. Flora, Rufusia. Rufusia? Lapis Lazuli? They come out lewd? No. Candy Pop Family. No, here we go. The Pikmin, the Candy Pop flowers, and the Pikmin onions are not easily explained by current theories of the xenobotanical sciences, and thus have not yet been appropriately studied and classified. This spicy flower combusts upon contact with the tongue. Keep fire-retardant condiments within arm's reach. Interesting. Golden Candy Pop Bud. Flora, Arumia. Candy Pop Family. Alright, no matter what color. Current research has yet to produce any theories as to precisely what kind of interaction causes the Pikmin to change color to match the color of this flower's petals. This tart flower's acidic juices can burn a hole through a frying pan. Eating it would be unwise. Oh. Another F. Was that 3 that are inedible? That's unfortunate. Violet Candy Pop Bud. Flora Panicius? Candy Pop Family. Research from our most recent expedition has confirmed the presence of candy pop buds in subterranean regions. Considering the microecologies this plant has been found in, one could surmise that it could be found in any cavern, regardless of geographic region. Tossing Pikmin into this flower results in the release of purple Pikmin seeds, regardless of the color of Pikmin tossed in. This variety of candy pop contains robustly odoriferous oils. If candy pop flowers could be cultivated, there is no doubt the plants would offer multifaceted benefits to the cosmetic, medical, and tourist industries. This convenient purple flower secretes a dark, flavorful oil that eliminates the need for salad dressing. Ooh. Yeah, just imagine like a nice vinaigrette. Vinaigrette's dark colored. I need to look more into salad dressings. The self-dressing salad. The unnaked salad. Ivory candy pop bud. Flora niveus. Candy pop family. The dark, yeah, balsamic vinegar. Yeah. That's what it was. Research from our most recent expedition has confirmed the presence of candy pop buds in subterranean regions. White Pikmin seeds. In many cases, plants with small leaves typically have limited photosynthetic capabilities, and thus must find alternative means of obtaining nutrients, with parasitic and predatory behavior being most common. A candy pop could be considered one such example. This elusive flower spoils within seconds of picking, making it unsuitable for cooking. Ah, shit. Another loss. Queen candy pop bud. Flora regina candy pop family. This specimen constantly changes colors. When Pikmin are thrown into it, it shoots out seeds that match the flower's coloration the moment the Pikmin landed inside of it. The number of seeds shot out is always greater than the number of Pikmin thrown in. It can be said that this is a completely baffling plant, and many mysteries remain over precisely what sort of relationship it has with the Pikmin. It would appear that the Pikmin gain all of the benefit from the relationship. Perhaps it is simply a different variety of Pikmin to begin with? Eating this flower leads to spectacular, breathtaking indigestion. Damn. Oh, here we go. Nice. Oh, is it not gonna try to eat them? Yeah. Creeping Chrysanthemum. Tarazactum Rovinia? Chrysanthemum Family. Like Pikmin, the Creeping Chrysanthemum is a member of a group of creatures with ambulatory root structures. This creature is known as a mimic, but because it is actually a form of plant, its label is not entirely accurate. For unknown reasons, the Creeping Chrysanthemum's mimicry does not fool Pikmin, perhaps because they share a similar heritage. It relies on preying upon other creatures to provide sustenance, so it has no need of leaves for photosynthesis. Generally speaking, the role of plants within an ecosystem is as a producer species, and thus plants are generally found at the bottom of the food pyramid. However, on this strange planet, the line between producer plants and consumer plants is blurred. When thinly sliced, this predator's sizable bulb makes a sumptuous pizza topping. I assume the bulb is like an artichoke heart. Maybe. Now I'm just thinking of some good pizza. Skitterleaf. Rus pseudo arbicans? Skitterling family. The skitterleaf is a relative of the pond skater that shed its wings and adapted to life on the ground. With no residual traits of its airborne past, the skitterleaf can neither fly nor skit across the surface of the water. The wings have since evolved into the leaf-like structure on its back, which serves to hide the skitterleaf through mimicry. It appears quite effective, as few predators can see through this clever disguise. The superb amalgamation of juicy meat and leafy greens ensures that the skitterleaf will be the new spinach. I've been reading for like half an hour straight. Good morning, Mikran. Welcome to... Yo, can I hit the butterflies? Yeah, welcome to reading the Louis recipes and getting very hungry. Unmarked spectralids. Phenostari prismatis. Flitterby family. When strolling through the forest of this planet, clouds of these creatures are seen dancing overhead, like flower petals drifting in the breeze. The sight of flitterbees dancing in the lush green undergrowth is unforgettable. Flitterby collectors drool over specimen sample boxes lined up in order, highlighting the slight color gradation changes from blue to red to yellow. Such items fetch particularly high prices at auction. 5 AM and hungry as heck? Yeah, buddy. Spectralids don't provide a lot of meat, but the exquisitely elegant wings are surprisingly tasty, particularly when expertly prepared with a sweet candied glaze. Now, have a good night, Order of Dusk. Sleep tight. Don't let the bedbugs bite, and don't let Louis bite. Here we go. Honeywisp. Nectara fatus. Honeywisp Family. This floating lifeform drifts effortlessly on the winds. Upon death, its physical structure instantly collapses, and as the creature is particularly elusive and difficult to catch, no sample specimens have been acquired as of yet. If we could simply recover a live sample, research on the species would likely proceed more smoothly. Although the eggs are small, the yolk has a distinctly bold and tangy flavor. Try tossing a few in a pan along with your choice of meat and fresh vegetables, and cook up a country scramble. Ooh. Here we go. Mamuta. Unknown family. The imbalanced, asymmetrical arms of the Mamuta are among its most notable features. Feeding on seeds and fruit, the Mamuta is known to actually sow and grow plant species. While other species have exhibited seed-burrowing behavior for the purpose of storage, the Mamuta is the only species so far known to actually cultivate fields of plants. Inedible. Tastes like chicken. Thank you, Louis. Oh, there he is! Here he is! The bread bug. He can't eat the pick carrots, unfortunately. They're the most pogger of all creatures. Yo, he's coming up to me. And I hate to say him leave. Love to watch him go. Something like that. Bread bug. Pansaurus glutone. Bread bug family. The adult bread bug competes for many of the same food sources as Pikmin, but its thick-skinned hide allows for it to withstand most Pikmin group attacks. However, some researchers claim to have observed the bread bugs being overwhelmed by massive numbers of Pikmin and reduced to food. Good morning, Hanabi. Look at this. It's the highlight of Pikmin. I have to know. Bread bugs are hardy and nutritious. Bread bugs are hardy and nutritious, but also bland and unimaginative. They may be palatable in a pinch, but they hold no true culinary promise. Louis, you fuck. Louis, you fuck. Yeah. They look tasty. Yeah, I wonder I really want to know what you could compare him to. Truly, he is the real villain. Fucking hate bread. Alright, have a good night, Victus. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Here we go. Pellet Posy. Amplus Nutrio. Pellet Weed Family. Oh yeah, you can zoom in and out with the D-pad. Ooh, he's one of the keto bros. Croissant. I assume it's more like a meat. I don't know, maybe. In the stem of the Pellet Posy, one can observe the muscle fiber unique to half-plant, half-animal species, such as the Pikmin and candy pop flowers. So the Pellet Posy is a species that can be considered a close relative. Although the ability to crystallize nectar is unique to a small group of the pellet weed family, the fact that these plants reach maturity so quickly and that their pellets contain such high concentrations of the natural nutrients in the soil explains why the Pikmin and so many of the other indigenous species are so reliant on these pellets for sustenance. Hold on. Yo, yeah, we can zoom in even more. We can zoom out too. Look at him go. Beautiful. And cryptocurrency. Pikmin. Coins. Poke coins. Whatever. Common glowcap. Fungi luminarium. Glowcap family. Yeah, everyone loves the bread bug. They're worth it. The light emitted from this rare mushroom is neither a reflection nor a release of stored light. It grows not only on decomposing trees, but also on soil and rocks. This mushroom's fungal filaments are capable of stabilizing and concentrating pure Hocatium 111. It is none other than the Hocatium 111 approaching the point of critical mass that causes the glowcap's blue luminescence. It's just fucking radioactive. Rapturous fresh or sauteed. This illuminating fungus will be hot in the galaxy's trendiest restaurants. Good morning, Masonic. Good morning, Private Lexi. Welcome to reading the Piklopedia. Here we go. Clover. Quatrius infectum. Clover family. This is a naturalized species. These plants are extremely persistent, and with the assistance of a symbiotic fungus that grows on its roots, the species is able to survive even in drought conditions. Typically, its leaves come in groupings of 3, but intense impact on the leaving stem early in the development cycle can result in an extremely rare 4-leaf cluster. Mildly poisonous, may result in nausea, headache, fever, fatigue, chest pains, paralysis, loss of bone density, moodiness, feral rage, sauciness, dilly-dallying, strokes of brilliance, and untimely doom. Interesting. Terminal sauciness. Bigwort. Scrophularia xenomium? Bigwort family. This plant offers an excellent example of a non-native species introduced into the ecosystem by some unknown method. Upon introduction, it quickly established a foothold and adapted to the new habitat. This plant's distinct flowers usually exhibit a stunning blue color in early spring, but recent fieldwork has recorded specimens displaying a deep red hue. Although this may represent a sudden deviation in genetics of the species, the red coloration is much more likely an anomaly. Additional readings suggest no significant atmospheric or solar radiation changes have occurred in the ecosystem, leaving open the possibility that soil composition and mineral deposits may have affected petal coloration. This titillating ingredient tastes impossibly fresh, but you must cook it immediately after picking. If you don't, it'll go bad within minutes. Dandelion. Taraxacum? Opicanale? Dandelion family. This perennial grows best in locations with full sun exposure. Its flowers boast countless tiny yellow petals packed together in a head. The species seems to have as many weed-like variants as petals, so more detailed research on these plants would be best left to botanical research specialist. Young leaves are only suitable in garden salads. Use the flower to add color to your dishes. I still need to look up what exactly dandelion wine is. Seedling dandelion. Paraxicum ventilus. Dandelion family. It is believed that this plant produces tufted seeds with a parachute-like arm, which allows the seeds to ride gently on the wind. This increases the distribution range of the plant considerably. Dried, roasted, and finely ground, the root of this plant makes a passable coffee substitute. Huh. Oh, we're almost to the bosses. Horsetail. Equestrius vindico. Horsetail family. This variety of horsetail is prevalent in regions with low nutrient content in the soil. Unlike most other plants, this particular species propagates itself through the release of spores. Remove and discard the primitive, scaly leaves, and then blanch in the tender stalk in a buttery broth. Foxtail. Vulpes cauda. Foxtail family. This plant remains erect after withering and losing its color, so we can only hypothesize about the true color of the plant's plumage. However, local soil analysis indicates trace amounts of dormant seeds, making it not hard to imagine that the area was thick with these plants in the summer. Inedible. Plagues victims with potent, debilitating cramps. Glowstem. Nocturnica illuminati. Wait, what? Glowcap family. Oh yeah, you can rotate the camera too. Although they are obviously unrelated, the glowstem bears a striking resemblance to the streetlights on Hokatate. It is highly possible that glowstems could be a relic of some unknown civilization beyond the scope of our imagination. Good morning, Awuto Owo. Welcome to the deep lore. I like how they're classified as a plant. Yeah, welcome to the Piklopedia. Inedible. Known effects include uncontrollable episodes of impromptu breakdancing. Yeah, glowstem is cool. Oh. Margaret. Luminosus Croceus. Chrysanthemum family. This plant's delicate yellow flowers often inspire waves of nostalgia, giving a bittersweet feeling to any who gaze upon them. Can be eaten fresh out of the soil, but it's much more flavorful when incorporated into a heavenly veggie lasagna. Oh, lasagna. Leaping lasagna, Mario. I mean, Luigi. Wait. Mario says leaping lasagna, I think. Ooh, fiddleheads. Fiddlehead. Violinae or orchestris. Fern family. At first glance, this plant resembles the spring used in the ship's sublight engine. Many of its most primitive characteristics remain intact, including its habit of spreading through the dispersal of spores. Sun-dry the leaves for several days, then grind them with a mortar and pestle. The resulting herb grants an aromatic, earthy flavor to mutton and poultry dishes. I know you can cook. You can cook or just eat fiddleheads raw, I think. Shoot. Unknown. Unknown family. This is a young shoot of some kind, but what kind of tree species does it belong to? What shape will it take when it matures and grows to full height? Unfortunately, we are only able to obtain information from our portable scanners on a select few of the countless number of species we've encountered. But even if our expedition yields only brief observations on the life we encounter, it will still provide a better understanding of this bizarre planet. Ooh, that's not how he cooked fiddleheads? Yeah, like asparagus with cheese sauce. Yeah. Inedible, and yet strangely delicious. Here we go. Empress Bullblacks. Oculus Matrinica. Matriarcha. Grub Dog Family. Initial observations placed doubt on the capability of the Grub Dog family to support a strong ant or bee-like social structure. But recent studies show the family is capable of such complexity. The egg sac of the largest female grub dog within a given range swells to dramatic proportions in response to environmental changes, such as the sudden depletion of prey species. These females temporarily take on the role of pack matriarch. Also, in pack formation, it has been observed that nearly all males not involved in species reproduction undergo natural sex changes. The characteristics of such specimens are quite intriguing indeed. Like, thinking about how Louis takes off his helmet to chew on things? Oh yeah, the planet is filled with poisonous oxygen. I guess you could take him back to the ship and eat him there. Come on. Wake up. Ah, unfortunate. Males and females, ugh. Thank you for censoring. For sophisticated delicacy, make a pâté de foie gras from this massively obese creature's liver and spread it over a sesame cracker. Oh, crackers. Nice. I got a nice pack of Ritz crackers waiting for me after this. Burrowing snagret. Chiropeds, Anacondae. Snavian family. The majority of snagret species lie in wait to ambush and capture prey, with a body type perfectly adapted to such sudden strikes. It violently attacks small surface-dwelling insects. Distributed across a relatively wide range, subspecies of snagret suited to the varying soil conditions have emerged, making the snagret the most geographically represented species beside the Bulborb. Visually resembling the burrowing snagret is the burrowing snarrow, the range of which partially overlaps with the snagret's range. While the two may appear similar, when pulled from the ground, they can be distinguished by the presence or absence of tail and wing markings. Good morning, Caleb. Welcome to Louis' cooking. Slice the serpentine's torso into thin medallions, skewer on a metal rod with Hokatite onions, and barbecue over an open flame. Get Caleb. Beady long legs. Pseudoarachnia amoralis. Arachnorb family. Although this creature is commonly associated with spiders, it is actually the result of a separate evolutionary line of insectoid creatures. Since the spherical body section supported by the creature's legs carries most of its internal organs, there appear to be no other features that would correspond to a head or abdomen. Poisonous. Consumption results in prolonged writhing and uncontrollable mirth. Yeah, nice. Emperor Bullblacks. Oculus Supremus. Grub Dog Family. The largest member of the Grub Dog family is normally found buried in the ground, with only the stalks of its eyes exposed. This camouflage allows the predator to surprise smaller creatures and use its long, adhesive tongue to capture prey. The thick hide and angular hump give the organism a distinct rock-like quality. During the rainy season, moss grows freely on its hump, making it nearly impossible to distinguish this lethal predator from a stone. To prep the tongue for cooking, marinate in olive oil and chop into cubes. Stir in a pot with carrots, potatoes, and chives, cover, and simmer over low heat for several hours. Accompany this mouth-watering rustic stew with a hearty roll. Giant bread bug. We had bread bug, and now we've got giant bread bug. Oh, look at it. Beautiful. Giant bread bug. Ansaurus giganticus. Gigantus. The carbs. He's so beautiful. Breadbug family. This gargantuan species of the greater breadbug family has a torso so perfectly square that it almost seems like it was formed in a mold. For a brief period after birth, the giant breadbug competes for food with smaller breadbugs, but upon reaching maturity, it seeks out much larger prey. This is the primary reason that two species with similar feeding habits can coexist in the same habitat. Hordes of Pikmin appear to pose the only plausible threat to this massive creature's life. Yo, it's so good. Yeah, there we go. The sound effect is great. Although cooking this colossal beast yields a mountain of meat, every ounce of it is flavorless, only suitable for intergalactic all-you-can-eat buffets. Louis, you fuck! Pleated snagget. Chiropedes, Ambulatria. Avian family. This variety of snagget has the ability to both burrow underground and walk above it. Its earthy red coloration and distinct yellow ear and eye markings make it immediately recognizable. Despite featuring a chimera-like merging of serpent and avian features, the pleated snagget has poor eyesight for a bird, perhaps due to its extended period spent underground. To compensate for this, its nose features a thermal sensing organ common to many snakes, making it a dangerously effective hunter. I guess you could make it like you could make breadbug like tofu. Maybe. You haven't lived until you've tasted a mint-braised snagget shank. Or, if you're feeling especially saucy, stuff a bird with a can of your favorite savory nectar, throw it on the barbecue, and let the juices mingle to make a mean beverage canister snagget. Interesting. Man at legs. Pseudorachnia? Naveronia. This is beer chicken, absolutely. Arachnord Family. This species of the Arachnord family fuses with machinery at a crucial point in the maturation process, giving it the ability to fire energy bursts from the launcher beneath its orbital torso. However, the man-at legs itself is not in control of this weapon. Instead, the mechanical portions of its structure appear to automatically acquire and attack targets. The man-at legs has a gentle disposition, and as a member of the Arachnord subspecies, it has no natural enemies. It is particularly difficult to understand why this species would develop such awesome offensive capabilities, leading to rumors among the scientific community that it was the machinery that approached the Arachnord and proposed a symbiotic relationship. Louis and Ozzy, that explains why he's such a dick. No. Although the meat is a bit on the metallic side, the oil makes a mouth-watering gravy or lubricative vinaigrette. Ah, here we go. Ranging Blister. Molluscid Predatoria. You have your doubts? How many Pikmin died to it? 58 Pikmin lost to the man-at-legs. Shit posting fucks. No, Raging Blister, yeah. Mollusking Family. This species of mollusk has shed its shell through the process of evolution. What appears as a flower-shaped protrusion on its back actually functions as its gills. The Raging Blister ensnares small animals with its sticky tentacles, reels them in, and consumes them. Observers have noted that this creature exhibits a keen interest in flashing objects. It often tries to capture and ingest these objects. Researchers and explorers equipped with flashing identification beacons should be wary when in close proximity to this dangerous predator. 58 homies lost. Yeah, let's see it. Let's see it in action. There we go. Ah, I missed it. Here we go. Thing. Come on. Yeah, it's weird. The gills are best prepared deep fried in an herb and breadcrumb batter. Also tasty poached and drenched with fine soy sauce. 40 a neck there. There he is. 16, only 16 Pikmin lost to the water wraith. Water wraith. Amphibio sapiens. Unknown family. All that is known about this creature stems from a few sightings deep underground. All reported sightings feature the same core set of details. A giant viscous form with a clear, hazy sheen, not unlike hard candy. One theory holds that it may be the ectoplasmic incarnation of a kind of psychic phenomenon. But, as is usually the case with such theories, it is very difficult to prove. All witnesses report being suddenly overcome with fear upon sighting the creature, approaching a state of panic and near insanity. In fact, every report contains an inordinate amount of extremely vague details, which has led to suspicions that exhaustion and fear have caused some simple natural phenomenon to be viewed as a living creature. Inedible, known to cause mass hysteria, followed by leg spasms and internal thundering. I have to see a Louis entry for this. This bastard. Yeah, he's got like a tongue. Yeah, it can only swipe its claw and roll. Yeah. 50 Pikmin lost. Oh, no. Segmented Crobster. 50 Pikmin down, ripped to the homies. I need to see what I lost the most to. Parasitocodio. Ooh, Repentia. Creep Crab Family. This gigantic beast is wrapped in a hard shell. In an atypical evolution, the right front leg of this creature is hypertrophic, taking on the function of an arm rather than a leg. Its asymmetric physical development is unique in the natural world. One unlucky explorer's incorrect conclusion that this creature adheres to a pattern of peaceful, quiet behavior led to an unfortunate incident. In fact, this beast exhibits intense hostility, aggressive tendencies, aiming at prey and ramming them at full speed. Dessert meats are all the rage on Hokatate. When the planet's finest chefs hear about the kind of sorbets, pies, and parfaits that you can make with the claw meat on this sweet beast, they'll clamor for every morsel we bring home. Now here we go. Raging long legs. Pseudoarachnia. Furiendus? Arachnorb Family. Arachnorbs boast a wondrous biological composition, with a silicon-based exoskeleton and innards coated with malleable, heavy metals. However, much about these creatures remains a mystery, as specimens regularly explode when they are dissected. These explosions produce scorching flames that completely melt all internal organs, leaving us with a disappointing lack of information on the inner workings of the species. We must await the development of a new dissection process and more specialized research before we can better understand this enigmatic creature. However, the following observation notes have been recorded. Appears to be leveling terrain for some unknown purpose. Location of eyes and ears not readily apparent. Freezing a specimen may yield new research opportunities. Oh yeah, it's got like hair around the joints. Yeah. Yeah, where the legs connect to the feet and to the body. I don't know what that means, but it's creepy. Neither boiling nor baking can diminish this creature's overpowering musky scent. only suitable for serving the unpleasant in-laws. And lastly, the Titaned Weevil. Mandarachnia gargantium, the Weevil family. The largest member of the Weevil family, this fearsome predator carries protective components that frequently exhibit offensive capabilities, an evolution that may be attributed to mere chance. Another evolutionary theory is that the chemical contents of the containers carried by the Titaned Weevils contribute to possible gene splicing. While other Dweevils do not seem to choose the objects they carry, the Titaned Weevil appears to prefer shiny objects above all others. Eaten raw, this predator's luxurious legs are bold and full-flavored. What a satisfying crunch. Alright, now the treasure. Oh, we finished some of the series. Uh-oh. No. 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 Ship, please. No. There's more. Oh, I guess it's going through every one of them now. I think. Oh, there he is. There's that fuck. We could get a sales pitch for Louis. Alright. I actually... all gave some gave all. Oh, yeah, let me check. Let me see how many Pikmin... what I lost the most to. 59 to the orange Bulborb. Interesting. So 59 is the current high score. Oh, 63 to the decorated cannon beetle. Oops. Yeah, no, those can't kill anything. Wow, 24 to the Anode Weevil. Oops. Oh, 60 to Wally Wog. Yeah, 63 is the current highest. And... yeah, cannon beetles. Cannon beetles take first place. Although, I guess the final boss, yeah, the Titaned Weevil would have first place if I didn't reset. But man, okay. I need another glass of water for all of these. Alright. Alright, I'm back. I wanted to find some V8 or something, but I could not. Alright. Here we go. Entry 1. Cupid's Grenade. What a perplexing plant. It appears to be carrying 2 different types of berries. They must be a rare species of fruit. Both have odd traits. One seems to be a suppressant, while the other is a stimulant. It's not easy to tell which is which. I'd better be careful with them. I should also warn Louis, or else he may try to bake these berries in a pie. Here we go. He's the sales pitch. Fate's tapestry has unraveled. Tomorrow weeps. Romance has fallen. Love is madness. To mend the rift between 2 crossed lovers. This is the ultimate weapon in Cupid's arsenal. Yeah, the computer has funny stuff to say. As in funny strange. There we go. I found this fascinating fruit while out exploring today. The skies cleared up, and I felt peaceful watching the pink flower petals flutter in the wind. During this perilous expedition, it seems strange to have such soft-hearted, romantic thoughts. If I told my wife about this, I'm sure I'd get laughed at. Again. This fruit is born of bright sunlight and cheerful warmth. Come, all you gloomy naysayers, one bite and you'll eat, and even sad sacks will become foolhardy optimists. Eat one today and change your life. The wife. The nagging wife is back. There you go. Combustion berry. I've collected all kinds of edible objects, but the ship's sensors can't judge taste. To make up for the ship's shortcomings, I'm making a special effort to try everything. Everything is best in moderation. This fruit is the perfect example of too much of a good thing. Its devastating sweetness is like an act of violence on the palate, scouring all with succulence. We get this. The greedy nut. The Wistful Wild is an especially vicious region. The creatures there have had to battle hard to survive in this unforgiving landscape. That's probably why they've evolved such an ill temper. For instance, this plant's berries suck the nutrition from the surrounding flora. This item's docile efficiency evokes images of wealth and greed. Behold, life's essence. This guy's delicacy. The fruit on this planet is astonishingly large. If we could cultivate these ample fruits on Hokate, nobody would ever go hungry again. Sadly, I don't know anything about agriculture. Maybe I should have listened to my wife when she told me to do yard work. Yeah, I think I remember there being a lot of mentions of Olimar's wife. That's great. It's great. Fruits cannot be judged by their outer coverings, no matter how hairy. This one is quite yummy. It is times like these that make me wish I were equipped with advanced taste capabilities. Yeah, I think there's a mention of his wife reading his journal from the first game and being displeased. This sumptuous nugget may look delicious, but internal scans indicate a parasitic infestation. The ship can't stand to even look at these pests, let alone store them. But I had to put my foot down on this one. Awash in color and sugars, this item makes an ideal home for many insect species. I am sure this is valuable to the scientific community, but it has little value as a commodity. Nugget. Yeah, next time I'm eating an apple, I'm calling it a tree nugget. There you go. The citrus lump. This fruit was dug up from the floor of an icy cavern. It appears that the fruit's thick skin protected it from the frigid cold. It's quite remarkable. The shape of the fruit eerily resembles the president's head. P.S. The labyrinthine underground entrails of this planet are like a completely different world. The thick acidic rind of this item is proof positive of its highly elevated mental functions. When I assessed it, I'm somehow reminded of a particularly hateful superior. Hurry up and devour it. Alright. Spiny alien treat. The Valley of Repose is blanketed with a layer of snow. Despite this, here and there, plants are sprouting out of the snow. I don't know how much longer the snow will last. It seems like it's getting warmer each day. I wish our frosty financial predicament would warm up a bit. Delicious fried or baked, this is an invitation for your taste buds to the world of natural delights. As superior as I am, I must leave recipe recommendations to others. Machines are bad liars. Anxious Sprout. I just realized I completely forgot to put something in my latest expedition report. When carrying fallen creatures or pellets, Pikmin will take them to the onion of their same color. If a mixed crew of Pikmin are carrying spoils, the color majority dictates the destination. Carry pellets to same-colored onions to maximize Pikmin seed production. Cool foreshadowing. Wait, on which one? A quick-growing plant. Good for garden hobbyists. Garden hobbyists, or for a snack. Use it however you see fit. On this one? Oh wait, does the ship should need to get someone else for recipes? Oh yeah. Yeah, and then you do get someone else for recipes, and they're great. Except Louie's a bastard who we'll see when we get to the Louie entry. Child of the Earth. Today, buried in a deep hole, I found a vegetable that I'd never seen before. This dark-dwelling vegetable stores all of its nutritious energy in its roots. The ship named it Child of the Earth, and I think it's fitting. This plant has grown fat on the blessings of the land. Its nutritional value must be high. Yeah, potatoes have a lot of... Okay. Good morning, Onizuka. Yeah, allegedly, you can live off of nothing but potatoes and butter. And not very well, but you can. Yeah, welcome to the Pikmin 2 treasure hoard. Love Nugget. This tasty red snack isn't quite a fruit, but doesn't seem like a vegetable either. I've analyzed it extensively, and it appears to be releasing stimulating pheromones. Maybe I should feed it to my wife. Oh no, the wife. One bite and your heart will be filled with a burning fever. Is the feeling love or hallucination? Infernal vegetable. According to the ship's analysis, this gourd contains extremely bitter seeds. However, this analysis was done by a machine, so I'm not completely convinced. Normally, I wouldn't mind trying it myself, but I haven't been feeling well since I ate that toxic berry. Give your wife the sex tomato. Olimar's sexless marriage because he's always off planet. Oh yeah, he is a freight spaceman. He's just spacer haywire. Anyways, a vegetable with spiciness beyond description. None want to eat it, so it must be healthy. Nutrition-conscious people of today, numb your palate and eat. Anti-hiccup fungus. What a shocking taste. I suppose young people like Louie might find it tasty, but the flavor is too intense for me. One bite of this and the surprisingly earthy flavor will send your hiccups packing. Older individuals with a history of heart conditions should devour this with caution. This dubious morsel doesn't look like it would be very agreeable with my innards. However, I bet Louie would try a bite. His appetite is insatiable, and he's always cooking up tasty meals. I'm glad that on this expedition, our ship's reactor can power our life support systems indefinitely. This will give us all the time we need to thoroughly examine all of the treasures we recover. I don't care if the president wants us to hurry. I've had enough of his hassling. I think I'll move more slowly just to cause him indigestion. This poisonous mushroom is so malicious, I cannot even bear to look at it. This fatal fungus overflows with venom and is perilous indeed. Growshroom. According to the ship's analysis, you'll grow into a giant if you eat one of these. I'd like to field test one of these babies. I wonder what would happen if I feed one to a purple Pikmin. Yo, it's the Poggin at the Mario reference. Eat one of these and grow it to twice your normal size. Perfect for skinny beings unable to pack on any growth. They put the fucking Mario... Yeah, anyways. Onion replica. This looks just like one of Hocotate's famous sweet onions. Come to think of it, I gave the onion its name because it looked like a Hocotate onion. To avoid confusion, I'll call this vegetable an onion replica. This plant closely resembles the pride and joy of Hocotate. The comfort of its familiar form and the surprise of its unexpected taste mingle to form veggie harmony? Try it in some hot soup today. Hot soup Nimiku. Science project. I think I'll take this plant back to my boy as a souvenir of my grand expedition. It'll make the perfect topic for his science fair project. The perfect plant for extra credit research for a Hocotate elementary pupil science fair. You can be the dad to rely on to help with homework as long as you possess this beauty. Pilgrim bulb. Grassy plains and meadows on this planet are carpeted with brilliantly colored flowers in bloom. When I entered the atmosphere on my descent from space, I was stunned by the vibrant sight. The other day, a group of white Pikmin under my command detected an object buried under the surface and immediately began to dig up this colossal flower bulb. Somehow, it hadn't yet sprouted into a towering flower. I plan to take it back to Hocotate and grow it there. My people will hail me as a botanical genius. And the mayor may even make me Supreme Flower Commander. Life finds a way across galaxies. Can a plant from a primitive planet take root in Hocotate soil? Won't you invest in this romantic pursuit? Arboreal frippery. The ship seems to think this leaf would be a smash hit among naturalist interior designers. I just think it looks and feels like a soft blanket. In the interest of scientific discovery, I'd better give it a test run. Perfect for those who love natural designs in their home. This leaf applique is a bargain. Use it in pieces or cover an entire wall in leafiness. Leaf is about to be blazed up on the trip back. Dude, weed. LMAO. Conifer Spire. I've paid off all the company's debt, but I find myself returning to this planet yet again. This time, I must find and rescue Louie. I've been scouring the wilderness we landed on. As I scour this region, I can't help but feel lonely for my faithful sidekick. Even if he does eat all the ship's onboard snacks. Because of my loneliness, I've dubbed this rough region the Wistful Wild. There you go. Life is full, but short. Is this one of those short-lived life forms that change shape as it ages? Even though it is dried out, it has not lost its unique charm. Here it is. The Armored Nut. I've never tasted a nut quite like this. It's difficult to explain, but it tastes like sorrow. P.S. I can't shake the feeling that I've been here before. Aha! This must be the exact spot where I crash-landed last time. Can I get a close-up on the Armored Nut? This common, ordinary nut somehow reminds me of myself and fills me with sadness. The sad nut. Bro, did you play Pikmin? Did you get the sad nut? Did you manage to unlock the sad nut? Corpulent nut. Sad nut and fat nut. Okay. This rotund nut reminds me of the president's sizable girth. This fellow has consumed more nutrients than necessary and now possesses superior fatness. In our harsh world, this is a lifestyle to envy. Thank you, Nintendo. Thanks for the fat nut, Nintendo. You ever just want a girthy, corpulent nut? Bruh. Based. Meat of champions. I never expected to find such a delectable cut of meat deep in this dark and slimy cavern. What kind of a cavern is stocked with savory deli meat? This riddle perplexes me, but I'm sure my unrivaled powers of investigation will prevail. I've made it my personal quest to solve all of the universe's ancient mysteries. Think you can eat it all? Then start eating. That is the goal, this giant piece of meat in sights. It has just the right texture, and a thick slab of fat that will make all gourmets? Epicures, kings of the table, and queens of the buffet howl with delight, or so I have assessed. Hideous victual. Egg, don't look. We struggled with a titanic breadbug for this treasure, but we finally prevailed. That huge creature had a habit of dragging away treasures and hoarding them in its den. I wonder if there's a way to use these creatures to aid my treasure-seeking mission. On second thought, that's a bad idea. Pikmin are the only creatures I can really rely on. He doesn't want a breadbug army? The consistency of the half-cooked yolk says, good. It is packed with nutrients too. I can sell it, but I have never eaten it. I am unable to eat it. Not even a nibble. Please eat delicious foods while you still can. Meat satchel. Paul, get the meat reference. Nah. This wand of meat makes me inexplicably hungry. The parts used to produce it seem to be of ambiguous origin and questionable quality, yet it calls to me. Maybe I'll have just one bite. All things hunger for meat, correct? Listen to the inner beast. Eat, eat, eat. Taste sensation. Some things on this world can't be understood, no matter how much I analyze them. For instance, this is the first time I've tasted this, yet it has a nostalgic taste. It's inexplicable. It tastes like something my mom has made for me by hand. Based architect. The ship is an architect. In this modern world of artificial foods, all things taste the same, despite your dear tongue buds. If that describes you, then this is for you. Its flavor is the balm to heal your wounded soul. This ship's trying to get you to eat. Triple sugar threat. I like to eat sweets from time to time. Well, to be honest, if there are any within reach, I can't help myself. Strangely, Pikmin never eat snacks. I wonder where all of their energy comes from. This will satisfy any sweet tooth. It begins with savory softness, and fills the mouth with fluffs of flavor, and finally overwhelms with a river of sweetness. It is a three-pronged tongue assault. Yeah, dango. I've never actually had one of these. Keep eating. And the project is coming along nicely. Here we go. Compelling cookie. My spacesuit's filter seems to be malfunctioning. It can't suppress the sweet, syrupy smell pervading this cavern. If I don't find a way to neutralize it fast, it's going to drive me to spoil my diet. They aren't very sweet, ironically enough. Huh. Even though it's like kind of savory or just like rice. That sounds good. That sounds good right now. Is your palate conservative or adventuresome? Either way, this taste will ravish your mouth. For those who savor flavor, this new delicacy will have you questioning your ideas of taste. Impenetrable cookie. As I grow older, I've observed that I'm becoming crankier. Today, I flew off the handle over a trifling matter. I feel like such a fool. I must learn to control my cantankerous temper. I can't allow my bad attitude to erode teamwork on this vital mission. And it's hard. Really hard. Too hard. So hard that you're not sure you can eat it, even though you must. This hard snack is infused with the essence of stubbornness, and you are powerless to resist it. Bug bait. This treasure's alluring aroma seems to attract unwelcome attention from insects. If the ship hears anything about this, it'll complain endlessly about having to store it. I'd better keep this discovery to myself. I have a bad feeling about this particular item. I want to sell it with all possible speed. Bargain price available. Please, buy this quickly. Now. Yeah, only 15 pokos. Imperative cookie. I'm a man with an indomitable will, but I can't stop sampling this luscious food. Such an attractive shape, appetizing color, scrumptious smell. I'm getting hungry already. One look at this pattern, and your head spins, your vision fades, and a voice commands, eat this. He's really working hard on the project. Comfort cookie. After a long day of walking, my joints began to pain me. I need a massage. With this, your legs will not fall asleep even when you sit with your feet tucked beneath you. The sugary material of this cushion infuses your whole body with warmth and comfort. Succulent mattress. A while back, I didn't sleep for days. My stomach was roiling and my head was cloudy. I couldn't rally any motivation. The only thing I could muster is a sigh. Then I found this mattress. When I reclined on it, I fell asleep immediately and had the sweetest dreams. Sweet to the taste and touch. Sleep on this magical mattress and dream of a land of sweets. I've discovered a complex... Oh wait, king of sweets. I've discovered a complex series of underground tunnels beneath the perplexing pool. It seems like I can't walk 10 steps without discovering something previously unheard of. Making new discoveries nourishes my explorer spirit. As a reward for my latest scientific breakthrough, I think I'll eat this grand sweet. Humanoid desire knows no limits. Some things can never be known or understood. And no researcher, no matter how supreme, will ever tire of consuming this thing. It contains a mystic flavor born of the cosmos itself, and is said to change flavor as it is eaten. Enamel Buster. If we sold a snack like this on Hokate, everyone would get addicted to it. I should probably feel bad about making everyone on my planet fat, but as the ship is always saying, business is business. Behold, a magical candy to make the children of Hokate weep with uncontrollable cravings. Pure, undeniable sweetness, unavoidable tooth decay. Who cares? Enjoy here and now. He's really architecting the whole planet. Feel your teeth falling out already? I want to eat chocolate right after this. Keep feeding them my teeth. Diet doomer. My ship can't analyze taste, so I've taken that burden upon myself. It's a rough job, but it's up to the captain to step up and volunteer for the most grueling duties. Tastes good. I could eat this treat endlessly. I'd better test that hypothesis. Even I'm being architected. No! Shit, you're right. Fuck! No! Alas, we machines know nothing of eating. The ultimate pleasure. If only I had a mouth. Pale passion. When I was just a young lad, I looked everywhere for love. I guess that's why I smile when I see young people laughing together. Aww. This will save our loveless age. Yes, it is a romance-filled addition to the Sweet Tooth series. The sweet aroma will attract members of the opposite gender. White goodness. What a momentous discovery. I found an amazing cavern that burrows deep below the perplexing pool. The ground was littered with enticing snacks. I've named this scrumptious cavern the Glutton's Kitchen. It was obviously once a shrine to the culinary gods. Good morning, Sojourner. Welcome to the architect portion of the stream. Yeah, I'm reading through the treasure hoard at the moment. No dreams, take love. No love, take sweets. This is the most potent item in the Sweet Tooth series. Paste. Chocolate cushion. I stumbled across this object in a cave that reeked of a putrid odor. My suit allowed me to breathe freely, but I couldn't filter out the overpowering stench. The worst part is, I smell it all the time now. My sense of taste will never be the same. My ship can't analyze taste, so I guess I'll have to do my best. A sweet-toothed dream. Is this real, or am I dreaming? If I had teeth, I'd be nibbling with vigor. Sweet dreamer. I've toiled long and hard to collect all these tasty treats. Surely it won't matter if I bring one back for my daughter as a souvenir. She loves snacks. A comfy, not too sugary bed. The youngsters who sleep here will have the sweetest of dreams. Confection hoop. The hole we searched today was filled with a saturine scent. Just sniffing it put me at risk of developing a cavity. I don't think I can eat anything sweet for a while. Wait, who am I kidding? Oh, am I not? Grow up big and strong, my dear. This sugary delight has even a machine like me wishing to partake in its deliciousness. What a sweet-looking circlet. Pastry wheel. Not a skateboard wheel like I thought at first. Some people in this world can eat anything and never get fat. It makes me so jealous. I eat a cookie crumb and suddenly I'm saddled with a buffer of blubber. To make matters worse, my wife and daughter are always scrutinizing my diet. Can't a man enjoy a pastry wheel in peace? He's jealous of those he cannot architect. This is perfect for the kitties. A small, well-formed ring of sugar. Go on, gulp it down. I think that's it for the food. Possessed squash. All of the plants in this region have interesting characteristics, like this freakish one, for example. Lately, I've started the habit of tasting new discoveries. It may be dangerous to eat unfamiliar plants, but I've only gotten violently sick a few times. Olimar's desires know no bounds. And this mutated gourd of titanic proportions is filled with bad seeds. A score if you adore revulsion. Only a few, yeah. Fossilized Ursidae. Ursidae. I don't know Latin. This dead beast has the form of an animal, yet it is encased in an organic compound. I have concluded that it is a groundbreaking biological discovery. The ship says it's nothing more than a wooden statue. I wish it had more of an imagination. No. Then it would probably talk even more than it does now. That would be bad. Pogging at the Charlotte reference. Put this in a natural history museum and watch the visitors line up, waving money. This giant statue was found in a savage planet and comes with its own rumored curse. Does it really come alive under a full moon? Own it and find out. Colossal fossil. Plugging at the All Bones Jones reference. This must be the fossilized remains of an enormous land-dwelling creature. I was unable to piece together the entire beast, but it certainly had a massive head. It's obviously quite different from the Pikmin and other creatures I've encountered. Perhaps it's an extinct creature that couldn't adapt to changes in its environment. A colossal fossil for collectors of bones. Bones this big make bone houses seem not so crazy. Leviathan feather. This appears to be a huge bird feather, but I've never seen the creature it once belonged to. I wonder if I ever will. I've only seen a few airborne creatures on this planet. I wonder why. Maybe it's just because I haven't encountered them yet. Oh no, what if they saw me take this feather? They could be watching me, waiting for the perfect moment to take their sweet revenge. All that's been discovered of this titanic bird is a single feather. Whatever did it look like? Your imagination is the only tool needed to paint a picture of this dream, or nightmare bird. Olimar Knight's shell. This fossil was dug up deep underneath the awakening wood. Given its shape and morphology, I suspect that it is some kind of prehistoric sea creature. If so, it's feasible to say that the whole region was once situated on the ocean floor. A fossil of an ancient sea inhabitant. It is most desirable despite its unappealing name. Captain Olimar named it without consulting anyone. He could have at least named it after his faithful spaceship. Fortified delicacy. I wonder what's become of the creature the shell was defending. Enigmas like this always make me curious. Was it tasty? Maybe I should find one and give it a taste. All in the name of science and exploration, of course. A twisted shell whose surface is covered in spikes. The durable housing protects a meal that is said to define deliciousness. Where the meal went is known only to Captain Olimar's crew. Here we go. Scrumptious shell. I've encountered all kinds of grotesque, inedible creatures on this strange planet. However, there's an area in the Perplexing Pool region that's chock full of tasty critters. This flavorful item's texture is most agreeable to any life form, or so my data suggests. Do statements like these from a machine without taste buds strike you as odd? Memorial Shell. I've observed several species of shell-dwelling creatures inhabiting the Perplexing Pool. One of these feisty beasts forms a spherical gem within its meaty depths of its shell. In a way, this gem could be considered the creature's life work. I consider my children my life's work. Aww. All that remains of a monster shellfish is a sparkle, the sole proof of its existence. Does this not make you want to treasure it? With a late stream? There's a bit more to the treasure hoard and Piklopedia than I remembered. I hope you like hearing about Olimar's nagging wife. Alright. Mysterious remains. Yeah, welcome to the treasure hoard. This looks like some part of a crustacean. Its shape vaguely resembles a pair of scissors, but I've never seen anything quite like it. It's fair to assume this creature has already perished, but I don't understand why it hasn't already begun to fossilize. Perhaps it was eaten by another creature, and it spit out these unwanted parts? Whoa there, that's crazy talk. the wife. Oh no. Snickety snackety snip. Think of the colossal creature that had pincers like this. These are the only remains, so your imagination can run wild. Imagination knows no boundaries. Good time when you watch Bag streams long enough for you to catch it. Yeah, you're getting the lore dump. You saw the bread bugs, right? Alright, King Crystal. Hold on. I guess to anyone that tuned in and missed out on the bread bugs, this is just the most important part of the game. Look at this cute little bastard. This is the giant bread bug. Oh, he wanders around the whole environment. Nice. All you care about is Olimar's wife and if she's eating. What if she's eating bread bugs? What if the bread bug is Olimar's wife? God, look at it. You'll be told good morning when it's actually morning. It's always AM. Don't let the bread bags bite. No. Don't bite into the bread bag, my dear. At least not before I put the butter on it. The bread bug dumpy. If only. Crystal King. At first glance, this may look like just a pebble, but it's actually a crystallized life form. Okay, so I don't have any proof, but it's still an exciting scientific discovery. AM doesn't mean morning from a social standpoint. It means it to me, okay? Collectors of the rare assemble. This is a one-of-a-kind specimen of a unique crystal life form. Proof? True collectors need no proof. This romantic piece could be yours today. Oh no, fucking Piklopedia, no! There we go. Yeah, please donate 1 Poco. Future Orb. According to my analysis, this advanced contraption can reflect the future of those that peer into it. However, when the president looked into it, he saw total darkness. He said it must have been broken, but I'm not so sure. Is the future bright or dark and dreary? If you are worried about tomorrow, this is for you. This multidimensional crystal visualizes the branches of time and displays the future. The orb? The orb? Gyroid bust. My son tells me that this type of figurine is all the rage with the kids. The strangest things amuse kids. When I was a kid, we were lucky if we were allowed to even talk about figurines. P.S. When I found this figurine, it had been placed so that it was protected by a wall of flame. My research isn't complete, but I think it may have been a shrine of some kind. Good morning, Tetsusaiga. Based and subscribed. Welcome to the Treasure Hoard reading stream. This looks exactly like the gyroids that have become so popular on planet Hokate. Its pitiful expression is beloved by the Hokate youth. Are gyroids really from Animal Crossing? Oh yeah, the new one doesn't have them. I thought they were like based on something. Not just based, but based on something. Unknown merit. Detailed analysis has revealed this artifact is extremely ancient. It's obviously an important archaeological discovery, but the salesman in me is more interested in its monetary value. Maybe I'll get the best of both worlds by selling it to a museum. Base gyroids. Huh. Yeah, I never really played any Animal Crossing other than the new one. The island one. I already forgot. Decades of toil with nose to the grindstone. Insulting orders swallowed without a hiccup. Such is the life of a salaried man. His name will not be remembered. His family will not understand. But if the results bear out his efforts, that is enough. Now, nose to the grindstone, drone. Baster cringe, the Chinese. Cringe. Zhongguo Buhao. Wait, no, that'd be Zhongguo Ren. Zhongguo Ren... whatever. Nah. Yeah, they speak Chinese, which is pretty close to a fake language. No, you don't understand. Chinese sucks. It's got tones. Baster cringe, John Cena. Anyone that learns Chinese is powerful. Minus no. Stop taking my social credit. The Taiwanese? Based. John Cena. Cringe. Lustrous element. This rare alien metal doesn't exist on Hokate. When I gaze at it, I'm gripped with an overpowering sense of greed. On Hokate, there's a valuable metal with a stunning sheen that has a similar effect. Perhaps this alluring metal is responsible for many of this planet's woes. John Cena and the Chinese suffering? John Cena. No, nah. Man, wrestling. Whatever. I don't know what to say. Such radiance, such shine, like magic. This product stimulates greed in all intelligent life forms. Bring your wallets and gather around, buyers. Mirrored element. Talking to the boss makes me crave the power to order people around. He just sits on his haunch all day, barking out wildly irrational requests. When will it be my turn to be the boss? All reason flies in the face of this sparkle. It is not flashy, but it still inspires avarice. Vorpal Platter. This monomolecular... The monomolecular edge of this disastrous platter is sharp enough to split subatomic particles. I found it deep in an underground complex covered with slippery ceramic tiles. I learned there that I can blow my whistle by pressing B to save my Pikmin from being burned, drowned, or poisoned. This shiny disc sparkles beautifully, but its edge could effortlessly shear through the armor plating of a battle cruiser. Is it not true that all great art is edgy for its time? Buy this landmark piece today. Handle with care. It may not be suitable for small children. Did John Cena reference in this game? No. Where's this joke going? I'm scared. Okay, that's what I expected. You bastard. Okay, that's kind of okay. Oh yeah. The water rate kind of counts. Invigorator. All this non-stop exploration has worn me out. I'm constantly battling bouts of fatigue. Thankfully, a quick sniff of this item's invigorating odor instantly wakes me up. Imagine, this zesty scent also fills me with an irresistible urge to fight. This treasure must have been owned by an ancient warrior. The unique perfume of this item will destroy drowsiness, making endless nights a walk in the park. This invigorator is perfect for those who have to work even when they least want to. See Among Us backwards. So good morning. Good morning, Attenborough. Coffee, the beverage of warriors. Indeed. Welcome to the treasure hoard reading stream. We beat the game. Oh yeah, you haven't been here for any of these, I don't think. If so, barely. Look at this fucker. The bird bugs are the best part. Suck 'em up. No. God, it's got so much jiggle physics. No problem. As long as you see the bird bugs, all is right in the world. God, listen to the sound. It's so good. But yes. The giant bird bug should be a little... Maybe. That would work. Pick him up and take a bite? No. But yeah, you missed all of the entries where Olimar almost regrets bringing back sweets to Hocotate and fattening up the architecting the entire goddamn planet. Croissant? That's a good idea. That's probably like a Pokemon, I think. Milk tub. It seems that there's no shortage of daughters that think their fathers stink. I've never had that problem, but it must be hard on those poor fathers. I shouldn't take advantage of it, but I'm sure that stink epidemic increases the value of this treasure. Smelly fathers could take a dip in this portable milk pool, and their daughters would adore them for their farm-fresh scent. Excuse me? Okay, that's the weirdest entry so far. What? Imagine? Croissant would be given into the terrible American pronunciation. Fuck, I'm losing it. Fathers throughout the universe, take note. If your family dislikes your manly odor, this is for you. Fill your tub with the rich aroma of milk and soak your stench away. Don't be stingy now. Think of the children. Cross ant. Is the bag base big enough for a... You laugh, you lose? I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of. Huh. Merciless Extractor. When I look at the president, I can't see myself climbing the corporate ladder. To be a manager, you've got to be an inhuman, heartless villain. This trait allows them to flog their dedicated workers without mercy and still sleep at night. I feel that same merciless cruelty radiating from this metallic altar. I wonder if it was once used for dark, unspeakable ceremonies. Or perhaps it was once the desk of a corporate boss. We'll never know. Are milk baths an actual thing? I think either milk or like tomato bath for like skunk stench. I don't know. He's led hundreds of Pikmin to their death. Yeah. Piklopedia, the free encyclopedia on piklopedia.org. Tomato? Wait, do you not like tomatoes? This motherfucker doesn't like tomato. Okay. Squeeze. Squeeze. Had enough? Squeeze! A ruthless, savage heart in machine form. No giant fruit can retain its juice in the face of this relentless ringing device. If you're greedy down to the last drop, this is for you. Can you watch that? I guess I'll open it up in another tab. Oh, that! I have seen that before. Broken Food Master. This chrome trough has a very strange shape. It's bent and smooth, except for a sharp prong at the end of it. The ship insists that it's one of the 3 sacred treasures of the Samadush, but I think it's just a kitchen sink. Piklopedia entry on CBT? Cave and bug treasure. No. No. Behold the heavenly sparkle of this, one of the 3 sacred treasures of Samadush. Now you can own the artifact of endless food and drink. Of course, to a tongueless machine such as me, this is all completely meaningless. Utter scrap. The area we recently touched down in is blanketed with a fresh layer of frozen precipitation. As tranquil and relaxing as it is, I named it the Valley of Repose. Using Pikmin to move obstacles, I was able to open up some new areas to exploration, where I found this hunk of metal. Throw this flimsy piece of scrap metal out, or can garbage banal become a work of art? Really, the value is 170. Weird. Here's the Mario Paint toothpaste. It's just paint. Decorative goo. With the assistance of the blue Pikmin, we found a canister of paint today. I used it to give the ship a fresh coat of paint. But did it thank me? No. As a space pilot, I've always treated my ship like a trusted companion, even if it is a smart aleck. Yet, that snobbish ship has the gall to complain about the color. There's no pleasing it. Forget this. I'm going to bed. Yeah, you've eaten paint before, right? Everyone in chat has eaten paint before, right? Everyone enjoys decorating in favorite hues, but it's vital to utilize new colors now and then. This tube of goo will surely help you discover a new you. No? Right? Master's Instrument. I found this object squirreled away in an underground complex. Some of these structures demonstrate a high degree of culture. I surmise that each building must have been designed by an artist of great renown. This pink painting rod reinforces my hunch that this civilization appreciated fine art. You have eaten paper. No. Yeah, everyone's eaten paper, right? Right? No artistic inclinations? No color sense? No worries. This no hassle art implement was found on a primitive planet. From this day forward, you can be an artist of the ages. Taste how cardboard smells. Yeah. Master's Instrument. Yeah, it's from Mario Paint. It must be from Masters. Manual Honer. The size of this construction rig is astonishing. It could build an entire house in minutes. The strangest part is that I don't see any electrical plug on it anywhere. Surely you don't have to power it manually. This is no lazy machine that runs out of power. This point-honing marvel works anywhere, anytime. The manual operation may tire you out, but the exercise will do you good. And implement of toil. We've worked so hard, I think I could use some rest and relaxation. However, looking at all the valuable treasures we've collected, I think we'll make a huge fortune. Then, I can hire an army of butlers to attend my every whim. Poor me. Woe is me. So much work. Pity me. Boo-hoo. Sigh. These phrases fill one with a sense of sadness, and all are evoked by this mysterious charm. Can I take off the bag as a 100 mil redeem? No. Not worth it for the joke. I don't want to die. Heavy-duty magnetizer. I've had an upset stomach lately. I'm not old yet, but I'm not young anymore either. Maybe I should start doing a better job of looking after my health. Perhaps basking in this contraption's magnetic rays will make me stronger. If I take off the bag, will I die? Yeah? Bag striptease? Stop bullying me. The most powerful magnetic force in the universe. The healing properties of magnetic fields relieve backaches, headaches, toothaches, and even dreaded spleen aches. Here we go. Entry 69. Harmonic synthesizer. My taste in music is highly refined, but my wife and kids have no taste at all. For example, when I ask my family if they want to go out for karaoke, they twist their faces and give me a nasty look. They don't know what they're missing. Nice. Post-it note with the word face written on it. My ultimate shame. Anything more form-fitting than a paper bag is a little too lewd. This clam-like sound generator is all natural. The purity of its percussive tones is irresistible. Clack clack. Emperor Whistle. Sometimes it's difficult to tell if a treasure is natural or manufactured. The ship had concluded that this treasure is natural, but I'm not so sure. The ship sulks and gripes for days if I disagree with it, so I'll keep my opinion to myself. Healing tones are old news? Well, greet the new trend, super sounds of awakening. Air passing through the inner chamber sounds a high note that acts as an acoustic refreshment. Director of Destiny. Fuck. I looked the name up last time for the joke. I forgot. Anyways, imagine I said the name of the Director of Destiny, the video game. With the help of my Pikmin, I've been able to widen the radius of my salvage search. The new areas that have opened up to exploration are far more dangerous. Just to be safe, I'd better review Pikmin traits and characteristics. Press X to dismiss. Press A to pick up. This is just directions. Luke Smith. Yeah, holy shit. Holy shit, it's Luke Smith. Holy fuck, Lewis is Luke Smith, Director of Destiny. This amazing fortune-telling device follows the flow of fate with eerie accuracy. It calculates the magnetic fields of planets, stars, and living organisms that track the pulse of destiny itself. If you're an optimist who feels that life points both south and north, this is for you. Oh my god, Peter. Luke Smith is in the oven. Stud generator. I found a weird item today. Wetting the surface produces an endless froth of bubbles. It's amusing, but it will take further investigation to determine its practical use. It may take a young and playful mind to unlock its secrets. When I return home, I think I'll show it to my kids. Rubsy dubsy sudsy blue, rubsy dubsy sudsy woo, sudsy sudsy scrub-a-doo? The more you rub, the more it bubbles and foams. Don't worry about its purpose, just scrub. I think, sure. Yeah, no, he does mention. No, they bathe. There's a tub. There's milk baths. I guess they don't have soap. Just milk? I don't know. Flame of Tomorrow. With the Bowser. Yeah, there's the Koopa Trooper reference. From the beginning of time, my people have searched for a perfectly clean, endlessly renewable energy source. Unfortunately, we've never found anything close to it. Rubbing these two objects together seems to produce fire. Maybe this is the long-lost energy source we've always been searching for? Is this the flame of hope that spawned humanoid civilization? Hokotate needs new energy sources, and this could be a fine candidate. Will machines like me be powered by this someday? Impediment Scourge. Yellow Pikmin are infatuated with high places. They seem to love it when I toss them high in the air. Once I hurled them up to a high area, and they came down with this treasure. More shocking than a lightning bolt, faster than a light mote, able to crush rocks in one bash. This device can clear any impediment in one fell swoop. It's Bowser from Yoshi's Island? Maybe. Dimensional Slicer. Our salvage operations have yielded several unbelievably advanced artifacts. According to my analysis, this cutting device can slice through the fabric of time and space. My days of struggling to open food canisters are over. A dimensional cutter that slices through space and time. This is nothing to be trifled with. Good children will know not to play with this item. Yo. Oh, I can't get a good angle. It's the dog. There we go. Oh. Maybe I can zoom. Yeah, no. I had to get a good angle. There we go. What a cute dog. What the dog doing? Yo. Groggy channel reference based. Time capsule. This must be some kind of a memorial capsule left by a lost civilization. It has left behind some image data, but I can't make any sense of it. I'm going to have to do some additional analysis. I'll document any exciting new developments in my log, along with pages and pages of meaningless doodles. What's the dog doing? This shiny pod was found buried like a time capsule, holding image data of unknown origin. It is possible that you fathom the data's import? This riddle will entrance all puzzle lovers. Lip service. I've never had much desire to climb the corporate ladder, but I'm beginning to think I should. Every year that my kids grow older, they get more expensive. Taking care of them is my most important duty. I should take lessons from the ship on how to be a high-pressure salesman. Then I'd rake in the cash. What is wrong with the delicate dance of beautification, flattery, and flirtation? What, I ask? If it makes life more fun, keep it up. Come on, buy yours today. Well, welcome back, Pig. Welcome to the treasure hoard. This is more than I thought. Mirrored stage. Every day, it's nothing but work, work, work. Sometimes I need to just get it off my mind. So I set this thing up as a stage and taught the Pikmin a song and dance routine. Red, purple, white, yellow, and blue Pikmin danced in perfect unison and sang their little hearts out. When I return home, I should take up a career as a dance instructor. That's what all the Wagy's thinking. No. Come rain, wind, or typhoon, this stage will always support the hidden singer deep in your soul. It is a lovely instant dance stage. How about taking one on a tour with you, Star of Rock? Behemoth Jaw. I can't conceive of how a creature with teeth this big could have ever lived. Emperor Bulblax, that bloated meat whale, is the only creature I've seen half that size. The only thing I can do is hope I've never encountered something that massive. It is part of a previously unknown giant life form? What might the entire beast look like? Let your imagination run wild and create the largest of all living beings in your head. Joy Receptacle. Today, we ventured across the plains to reach a cold cavern I'd been meaning to spelunk. The Pikmin have had a hard time coping with the bitter cold, but they were real troopers. Yo, pocket the trooper Somehow, they summoned the strength to carry this box, so I hope it's full of treasure. Be satisfied with the decorative outer shell of this rectangle. It is more endearing since you can't see what's inside. Not being able to open it makes it all the more special. In reality, it is empty. Damn. Fleeting art form. Some works of fine art are timeless, while others are fleeting. Once lit, this sculpted pillar of wax will burn with glory for a short time before flaming out. The purpose of this piece of art is to help us all envision our final moment of flaming glory. Huh. On the surface, this is not art. It is temporary. It is a temporary spectacle compared to the glory of eternity, and yet that is why it is art. Machines like me are incapable of comprehending this. Danger Chime. Today, we searched the caves located at the far end of the Valley of Repose. To ensure that we're thoroughly combing the region for treasure, we have to check every cave. Thanks to that diligence, we found this very item. To memorialize our exploration into the unknown, I named that cave Frontier Cavern. No danger, no matter how small, dodge the notice of this never-fail, peace-of-mind alarm system. In fact, it will warn you of danger that is not even present. Spouse alert. Sometimes I miss the carefree bachelor days. Once you have a family, those days are history. I like spending time with my wife, but sometimes I just want to be alone. Olimar. Put this on your spouse and you will always know if he or she is approaching. How convenient. A must-have item for couples who like to hide things. Holy fuck. Olimar is getting too real. Innocence lost. This stirring object reminds me of a dream I once had. When I was a child, the twinkling stars held so much promise and mystery. Olimar is boomer? Absolutely. Stop, he'll keep going. Wife bad. Think back and remember the starry skies of your youth. Innocence. Every being once possessed it, but lost it over time. The star is the shape of that precious memory. All major credit cards accepted. Essential furnishing. This object sparkles beautifully. It's enormous, but I think it would make a great party decoration. That reminds me of the last time my family threw a party. I was busy at work, and I couldn't make it, so my wife and kids enjoyed the party without me. My family grows further and further away each day. Jesus fuck. Good morning, Suryu. Welcome to Olimar. Olimar's wife adventures. Just wants to go to Bass Pro Shop for the sales. He just wants to make money for his kids to grow up with whatever they need. But the nagging wife won't let him have any. According to our marketing survey, this is the year's hip product. Focused tests don't lie. Interior furnishings that create a laid-back atmosphere are all the rage with Joe Hokote. Icon of Progress. The last cave we searched yielded a wide variety of oddly shaped and bizarrely colored treasures. For instance, this crooked object appears to be a boot, but it's adorned with several strange modifications. Perhaps it's some kind of modern art. He's got your bachelor's degree? Welcome back. Congratulations. Am I done with Pokemon? No. Kinda. I'm reading through the encyclopedia, all the treasures. This piece of art was made in the shape of a giant boot to symbolize glorious progress. Where does civilization begin, and where does it go? Machines have long pondered this. Yeah, we'll get plenty of entries about Olimar's wife. You even had the time to edit a clip? Oh no. Nah. This is like reading Risk of Rain 2 item logs. Yeah, but there's a lot more. There's a lot more wife. Which will make no sense out of order. The Risk of Rain 1 item logs are great, because it's all just like these weird stories about the items. Yeah, Risk of Rain 2 lore is interesting. Temporal mechanism. While exploring this warped land, I got the feeling that time passed faster than usual. Upon researching it further, I realized it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but whenever I touch this object, I can feel the space-time continuum bending. Whoa. Suddenly, this all seems very hard to believe. I need a nap. Yeah, Providence and Mithrix. Risk of Rain 1 lore was just a little bit about teleporters or something. And then... yeah. None of the lore was there last time you played. Yeah, there's a good video about like the lore in Risk of Rain 2. It's in the logbook for the items, yeah. 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 I can't do the high-pitched voices there. Yeah. Yeah, there's a really good video where like some dude goes through all of them in order. Believe in the future, in dreams, in unknown wonders, like this broken time machine part. This does not work, so there's no way to confirm its abilities, but surely your heart believes. There we go. Mystical disc. There's a strange design on this metallic platter. It gives me mystical chills. Maybe living beings were never meant to comprehend its true meaning? Yeah, it's neat. It's like, I do like the pros or whatever. They put Pikmin in Risk of Rain 2. Holding back the void? I don't remember that. Oh shit. Oh no. Do not doubt, for the power of a believing heart is limitless. Feel these mysterious patterns. Does your heart open? Only the pure of heart can truly know this mystic circle's power. Vacuum processor. We recently found all sorts of mechanical parts scattered around the cave. The walls and floor were constructed of solid steel. Perhaps it was once a great military fortress? I decided to name it the Subterranean Complex. Harnessing the absence of air, this environmentally friendly computer is incredibly fast. A predisposition to implosion is a bit of a minus, however. Mithrix wanted to take over the universe and his brother locked him in an onion cage. Yeah. Despite all my rage, I'm just an onion in the cage. Indomitable CPU. This appears to be some kind of hyper-advanced, light-refracting computer component. Perhaps I can use it to upgrade the ship with an imagination. This will solve any problem, given enough time. The CPU's true processing grit sells itself. Network main brain. According to my research, this is an acoustic interference motherboard. I should install this on the ship. It might shut him up for a while. Then again, if it learned to override the hardware, it might become even more surly than it is now. Joining forces and working together must inevitably create greater ultimate power. This computer has many friends that it works with to generate optimum results. Yeah, this is a Nintendo part. I think that's what the N stands for. I don't know. Space Wave Receiver. This receiver intercepts harmful radiation from outer space. It's a highly dangerous piece of machinery that should be handled with extreme caution. Now that I think about it, the Pikmin that carried it looked a little dazed while they carried it. Invisible electromagnetic waves circulate all around you, here, there, everywhere. This receiver picks up dangerous electromagnetic waves from outer space. Strange. My parts are syncopating to the rhythms. Doody-doo-dee-doo. Spent 2 days downloading Twitter images and sorting your folders. Has he been slacking for 3 years? Oh no. Purging it all? Yeah, sorting images is a pain. Just keep it all in one big folder organized by time. Yeah, exactly. Just organized by date and then you'll remember, right? Gave up sorting. I don't know that pain yet. Sulking Antenna. Utilizing the unique abilities of the yellow Pikmin, we breached the electric gate. This allowed us to access a previously uncharted subterranean wooden structure. The last time I was here, I never noticed their capacity to dissipate electrical charges. Perhaps they have other undocumented behaviors and abilities. Amid the noise of the world, this healing antenna will produce a quiet evening just for you. Exciting radio programs, fun TV shows, they're all shut out because this antenna does not receive any type of electromagnetic wave. Its soul and behavior is for your own good. Just selling a broken antenna. Nouveau table. I found numerous objects that appear to be machine parts, but I have no idea what they do. The ship wants to sell them to art collectors as modern alien art and charge a fortune for them. I think you may be onto something. You organize sound effects and images used for videos. Oh yeah, I need to back up all my stuff. I actually have stuff that I want backed up now. If I lose the if I lose the fan art folder, no. Popato? Popato? How's that unfortunate? I'm scared. The unpretentious, inorganic sense of this design adds to its understated artistic appeal. This will surely be a hit on Hokate. Why not be the creator of a new trend? Omega Flywheel. Collecting all these machine parts reminds me of the time I crash-landed on this planet. The last time I was here, the crash scattered 30 of my ship's most crucial components. I had to frantically collect all of them before life support systems failed. I wonder what kind of machine this flywheel is from. Huh. Google doesn't bring up anything instantly. Anyways, gravitational, electromagnetic, centripetal, dynamic, centrifugal. More powerful than any of the myriad forces of physics is this. The largest, strongest, fastest, coolest flywheel of all time. It is so powerful as to be immeasurable, so there's no way to confirm its astounding potential. Folders are fucked, you don't even have a folder for the art you got? Oh no. Spirit Vlogger. For a long time now, I've just been whiling away my life like a sprocket in a machine. Sometimes I just stop and wonder, am I happy with my life? I can't start thinking like that. I must concentrate on my mission. Fuck, that's too deep. Guess you don't need it? Oh no. Yeah, folder organization. Yeah, all my folders are just the only ones that matter is just pbag underscore whatever game name. Some people like to see the 10 years of progress collages. The only reason you'd want old ass art. I get, well, it's, But it can get banned on the fly. Oh, yeah. Ban out bag loots, no. An item for CEOs throughout the solar system. This arcane shape bewitches the human heart. Wait, what? Human heart? What the fuck, Nintendo? You mean dad? Wait, what? Oh, you have a site? Oh, no. Yeah. Give this to an employee to create a no vacation taking, no bonus needing work machine. What is a man? Just a scaly admin? Oh, no. Imagine not grooming your favorite artist to use Pixel. Oh, no. Banana man. Oh, no. Eh? Eh? From Lost? The comic? Anyways. Super strong stabilizer. Several artifacts like this were sitting in the hole I explored today. The temperature inside the cave was perilously low, and the treasures were freezing to the touch. I felt sorry for the Pikmin that had to carry it. Afterward, their little hands looked numb. Talking about a draw-together community. I know some suspicious communities. Interesting. Just add water. And this device was designed based on principles of stability. It holds anything firmly in place. With this, galactic typhoons are no longer to be feared. No. Some? It's probably on many different ones. No! What's the dog doing there? This repair juggernaut. This object must have been manufactured long ago by some kind of machine. Back then, they didn't have the fun toys kids have these days. My son is a video game addict, but I'm terrible at them. He teases me about it all the time. Wait, I've got it. Louis young. He must be a video game wizard. He can give me some hot tips. It's no secret. Good morning, Lucianus. His son's a gamer. Furries pay well. Yeah, but you do it for free. No. But yeah, good morning, Lucianus. Welcome to reading through the treasure hoard in Pikmin. It wasn't for money, exactly. Compared to standard bonding epoxy, this item is 2 times, 4 times, no, even more. This metal fastener is 256 times more powerful. In time, it will fix anything in position. Good morning, Credis. Yeah, welcome to the treasure hoard. For free on weekends? No. Respectable full-time job, really? Enjoying what you actually enjoy and making money is for absolute scum? Based. Anyways. Adamantine girdle. There appears to be a link between the treasures we found in an underground structure. We found several machine parts that fit together. The parts may provide a clue as to the original function of the area. It's getting to me. None want to believe it. A world so brutal as to require a steel torso guard for self-defense. It is certainly unattractive, but which do you value more, fashion or personal safety? Massage girdle. Even seasoned explorers like myself occasionally get lost when crossing vast, swampy expanses. I'd better stay calm and methodically explore each area. I'm getting tired of walking. Maybe I'll try wearing this bizarre metal ring around my waist. It might provide a relaxing massage effect. You wish you had game power for your artist? Really? Wait, is that what you love to draw, or is that what pays well? Or both? a lucrative hustle that isn't furry art. Is that true? I just want the most. I just want more. I just want more Olimar. Anything. He's great. This item, though rough, is a perfect back brace for fathers. It even has a built-in massager. VTuber demand is going down. Oh yeah, everyone's already got the VTuber model. Yeah. The bubble is popping. Super Stick Textile. I have once again discovered a completely undocumented species of Pikmin. These white Pikmin can find and dig up items that are buried entirely underground. We never would have found this priceless treasure without them. Thankfully, it's the perfect stuff to patch a hole I just noticed on the ship's hull. P.S. I named the cave where I first encountered the white Pikmin the White Flower Garden. Even someone paid for a second home by solely drawing gay furry bar made you realize how crazy they are. Really? Yeah, good morning, Gaia. Yeah, welcome to the treasure hoard. show the dedication when the going gets hard. If there's fewer VTubers, then yeah, easier, I guess. Morals don't matter. Have you seen me before? I don't know. Maybe. The house was built on Para energy alone. Humor money? Yeah. Yeah, the Aerogate Patreons. Maybe. Maybe, I don't know. You know Corpse Channel? You shouldn't have morals, just skill. JP versus Western prices. Oh yeah, the scabs are very cheap. I guess it must be supply and demand. Anyways, Exhausted Super Stick. This material is ideal for patching chinks in spacecraft armor. Too bad we've only got one of these because the ship sure has a lot of holes. Interesting. Corpse is pretty good. Most spaceship repair kits are easy to use and handy to have around. This one is a bit old. Its adhesive power is waning, so I'll let it go at a discount. Moral bankruptcy is an asset? EN commissioners are driving up scab prices, really? Damn. Yeah, I guess, yeah, more demand. And there's all the artists, I guess? Anyways, set up Corpse. Yeah, Corpse is cool. Yeah. Japan is small. Yeah, but it has a lot of artists, I guess? Furious Adhesive. My analysis has concluded that this object possesses powerful adhesive abilities. Could there possibly be anything else this sticky? It's unlikely, but the universe is a big place. This item has absorbed the anger of the natural world and turned it into raw adhesive power. With the short attention span of today's society, it has almost eternal endurance. Yeah, underpaid artists who need side gigs. Oh, most of them, yeah. Yeah, because, you know, you have to pay like $200. Do I know anyone else? I know far too many. I don't know. Karagi. Yeah, maybe you're more from V-Templar? About there? Oh, Karagi. Yeah, let's go. The manga and anime industry is absolute dog shit about hours and wages. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the dog's been on a mortal hiatus. Here we go. Petrified Heart. The vivid color of this red stone reminds me of my wife's eyes when they burn with rage. Just between you and me, I've noticed lately that she's been getting more wrinkles. Now that I think about it, I've probably caused her a lot of stress. When I return to Hocotate, I'll take her on a long vacation. Yeah, on the run from the park rangers. And this crimson stone is said to reflect the contents of the soul and detect strong emotions. Whether it indicates passion or righteous ire depends on the love you give your wife each day. Eternal Emerald Eye. I've lived for decades, and yet there are still mysteries that are beyond my comprehension. For example, why are women so crazy? Why are some women so crazy about things that sparkle? That's one enigma I'll probably never unravel. You gotta stop setting those fires. Yeah, she's okay. She shows up here every once in a while. It's nice. Olimar is one of us. Don't understand F males. Females with the asterisk. It's so much stuff that goes into shit hours and wages for artists. Yeah. Even in like the American like animation industry. Yeah, thank you for censoring. A stone with a subtle twinkle that grants harmony, stability, and tranquility to the beholder. Regal Diamond. The other day, my daughter begged me to get her some jewelry. She's becoming so fashion conscious. I know girls grow up quickly, but I never imagined it would happen this fast. Olimar was really on the Sigma grind set, getting these treasures over everything. Absolutely. Hey, watch your language. I'll let you off with a warning. This scintillating jewel will make girlfriends feel like queens of the galaxy and boyfriends feel like kings of debt. Fit for the ruler of the universe, it is the ultimate giant diamond. Oh, that's more like it. Tear stone. When I look at sapphires, I remember a time long ago when I would buy my wife jewelry. I'd buy her jewels every time she cried, which turned out to be all the time. It was tough with my meager salary. No. Like a forlorn heart during the rainy season, this sapphire is lovely, but tinged with sadness. Yeah, follow her on Twitter for updates. Princess Pearl. Salvaging this treasure was a dangerous and difficult task. I found it deep in the bowels of a dank, predator-infested cavern. My only hope of surviving was to strategically use all 5 colors of Pikmin. Kroggy's the office lady at PepsiCo? No. The last time you saw a streamer gone for so long, they pretty much disappeared. Oh, well, talk. No. Yeah. Twitter's okay just for like following stuff for updates. Or just a bunch of artists. But it's a mess. This stone is for all the fathers who want their daughters to grow up to be elegant rather than flashy. There's nothing cheap about the sparkle of this stone. It is the gift you have been looking for. Crystal Clover. Lately, it seems that my daughter has been admiring my wife's ring. For now, she's satisfied with her cheap toy ring, but when she gets bigger, I love watching her grow up, but it also makes me fearful for my wallet. Should I make Pilk an official product? No. Yeah, she shows up here occasionally. An emerald in the shape of a 4-leaf plant. Its vivid green hue soothes the soul and calls forth joy. Order yours today. Don't architect your family members. Wait, what? Secret Pepsi employee code to get 50% off pizza orders. Are you fucking with me? Women fear me, bugs fear me. Pikmin turn their eyes away from me as I walk. No bug dare makes a sound in my presence. I'm alone on this barren PNF 404. Wait, what? Yeah, no, yeah, Karagi's okay. Yeah, no. What? Unspeakable wonder. What is this? I've encountered countless treasures on this expedition, but I've never seen anything like this. All I can say about it is that it's both astounding and absurd. It works for a long time, really? Huh. Amazing. More than amazing. It is so overwhelming that my CPU is acting... rebooting. What a spectacular find. Yeah, it's... oh shit, there's the dog. Good morning, Kuragi. Welcome back. Essence of Rage. Yo, they put the Kuragi reference. This crimson jewel was found in a hole deep below the icy surface. When viewed from a distance, the gem's dazzling red sparkle looks like a dancing flame. Of course, the dancing flames may just be a symptom of acute hypothermia. Speak of the doggo, and she shall rise. The sight of this may warm you when you're cold, a lovely side effect of this valuable treasure. Yeah, Kuragi love. Based. Essence of Despair. I'm captivated by this treasure's unique glimmer. I found it in a breathtaking complex of caverns. I'm glad to see I'm already enjoying the fruits of my labor. Long ago, evil forces clashed with the forces of justice. The evil was defeated and locked away in the stone. Am I evil for making up such a tale? Justice, please look the other way. Still going? Yeah, welcome back, eGhost. There's more dialogue than I thought in the entries. The essence of true love. That's peculiar. When I gaze at the stone, all of my stress seems to wash away. I'm suddenly not so annoyed with my irrational boss and unappreciative underlings. I'm not even annoyed with the tight-fisted corporation I slave for each and every day. Wash away all your stress and angst with the glory of this enduring symbol of love. This is exhausting though. Ugh. Something gross in my drink. Weird. Essence of Desire. We traveled across the universe to this planet, pursuing the dream of great discoveries. I found a cavern that symbolizes the goal of our grand expedition, so I've named it the Dream Den. Stones, soil, and the stars themselves radiate with the light for the symbol of galactic desire. Pink Menace. I could never say this within earshot of the ship, but years of hard use have taken their toll. For one thing, the thermostat is broken. The temperature in the cockpit can fluctuate wildly between sweltering heat and frigid cold. The humid heat is awful, but the bone-chilling cold is even worse. Looking at this heartwarming gem gives me the strength to endure the elements. Pikmin? This gem holds the shape of the universal symbol of love, yet its cut and light refracting abilities make it a menacing superweapon in disguise. It could be used to create a horrifying doomsday death ray, or something even worse. We peaceful machines live in eternal fear of the ability of living beings to turn anything into a weapon. Pilkman? I hate to say it, but Pilkman. Joyless Jewel. We found this treasure in a cave teeming with merciless creatures, but we did find this gorgeous jewel, so it wasn't all bad. Update, it turns out that it's just plastic, so it was all bad after all. You were gonna continue that, but decided not to? Pilkman 2? Electric Boogaloo? Those who view this gem's green twinkle become filled with great hope and expectations. However, it rewards neither. This artistic sham only provides short-lived happiness. I'm gonna make hamburgers. Yo, there was a good recipe for Wally Wog burgers from in the Piklopedia. Pikmin for the Pilking. Frosty Bobble. I get really scared when women get angry with me. No. I get really scared when women get angry with me. Groggy, no. Wives and daughters have sinister ways to get back at forgetful fathers. Just literal boomer humor? Maybe. I recognize. Well, deep down, Olimar lives within all of us. And the cold brilliance of this stone will freeze the hearts of all admirers and sap their wills. Men throughout the universe will gaze upon this and be reminded of their wives. Yeah. Wait. Oh, that's why. I was drinking someone that was expired. Don't worry about that. Don't think you'd handle someone who yells all the time? Nagging wife. Gemstar wife. These parts join together to form an elegant treasure. Naturally, seeing the two separated makes me sad. I suppose what really makes me sad is the fact that I'm separated from my family. Bag's last stream? No. Slightly expired pilk. That's fine. I hope. No. He just went on a vacation and then he crash landed. Whatever. It looks like a common gem, but it is actually a female specimen of a gemstone lifeform. Collect the male and female, and they will sparkle in the darkness, longing for one another. Gemstar husband. A captain views his ship as a brother and a partner, someone he can trust with his life. It's crucial for them to develop an unquestionable, unfaltering trust. But I refuse to believe that this simple trinket is some kind of living gem. That's insane. Once again, daydreams come alive. This is not just a fine gem, but a rare, inorganic life form. Nagging brat wife. Wearing a male and female ring on the same finger? Too lewd. Universal calm. From the shape of it, I've concluded that this is some kind of data transmission monitor. However, Louie and the ship keep telling me that I'm way off target. I told them, if I'm so wrong, what do you think it is? I don't see you suggesting any alternatives. They're just being negative. I'm going with my gut feeling on this one. Can you predict Steven Universe? You like how he's treating these cheapo vending machine rings like they turn your finger green. Wait, no, real gold turns your finger green, right? Like the grand jewels, yeah. Yeah, no, these are absolutely the cheap ones. One of them was plastic. Omniscient Sphere. Omar's the target audience for Wish? Maybe. According to my analysis, this object has a high intellectual capacity. But if it's so smart, why won't it pass on some of its wisdom to me? This creature holds the greatest concentration of knowledge in all the known universe. However, due to its reclusive personality, it pretends to be a mere pebble. If it's plated and the plating comes off, rings will turn your finger green depending on the metal used. Oh, that makes sense. Crystallized telepathy. I speculate that this crystal is in fact highly intelligent. It must possess telepathic powers. When I peer into it, the reflection of my face is bright red. It must be sensing my stress. Tomorrow, I think I'll sleep through the whole day. So many ring wearers in chat? Oh, copper, okay. This thought crystal checks your stress levels with its telepathic powers. It is currently all red. Red, red, red. The world is filled with stress, and this is the color that represents our society. Yo, Paul at the Joker reference. Okay, my stomach is a little bit upset. Love sphere. According to the ship's scanners, this inanimate object has the capacity to love. Unfortunately, my love is already spoken for. Although... Love in society? One of the wisest beings in the universe, this entity also boasts a galactic-sized helping of love. However, due to its shyness, it will never speak of that love. Oh no, Theory. You can actually find surface copper outcrops easily, because it oxidizes grain. Huh. Yo, time to get some copper. Crystallized telekinesis. The Pikmin are always staring at me. It's nice to see that they look up to me, but it's becoming unnerving. Sometimes I want to hide away in the ship just to escape their beady eyes. He's tired of being nice, he wants to go apeshit. No. Olimar, no. This crystal is empowered with psychokinetic abilities. And if it is so inclined, it will use its mighty powers to do physical labor in your stead. When it will be inclined is unknown, however. Can bring up the comedy bombs. I still need to see what the comedy bombs are about. Mirth sphere. My investigation has concluded that this object embodies the spirit of comedy. But when it comes to humor, not even this item can stand up to my unrivaled powers of hilarity. Too bad the president doesn't appreciate my comedic genius. The king of comedy. The movie that inspired the Joker. Holy shit. No more Mr. Nice Guy. No. Another of the universe's most intelligent beings, this creature's entire existence, from the birth of the universe to the ultimate collapse, is dedicated to devising a very special joke. I already yeah, I beat the game. I'm just going through the treasure hoard. Crystallized clairvoyance. Trying to sort out the 5 different colors of Pikmin is giving me a headache. I'll be a much better tactician if I take a moment to study each Pikmin's unique abilities. Oh yeah. Is that loss? Oh shit, you motherfucker. You really did it, you bastard. Instant loss, just add emotes. Red Pikmin, yeah, we know what Pikmin do. There we go. Yeah, no. That's nothing interesting. Maternal sculpture. This shape resembles... Wait, no, I didn't read the shape. No. No. This mystic crystal has the ability to channel energy between this world and the next. This spiritual connectivity will act as a life navigator for positive existence. Can't say that? Say what? What did I say? Maternal sculpture. This shape resembles a mammal appendage, but I have no idea what it actually does. It's dripping with what can be described as beast drool. I can't blame the ship for not wanting to touch it. I don't want to touch it either. But I've got a duty to my mission, and sometimes a captain has to take one for the team. This shape. Though the mind forgets, the heart remembers. All sentient life forms must recall the love for their mothers. No. Extreme perspirator. What an odd doll. I can't stop squeezing it. I've decided to market this doll back home as an exercise apparatus. People could work up a good sweat with this thing. The boss is fairly plump. I'll suggest he use it. Hey, good morning, Artificer Johnny. Welcome to the Pikmin treasure hoard. I beat the game, so here we are. Push it, pull it, tackle it. This tough figurine just pops right back up, no matter what. This is just the thing to get you sweating and shedding those extra holiday pounds. Why our very own company president was able to drop 10% of his body weight. Personally, instantly losing might be better than slowly losing. Oh, I see. Yeah, rip the band-aid off. Rubber Ugly. The first time I laid eyes on this hideous treasure, I thought it was a giant aquatic monster. It took me several terror-filled seconds to realize that it's just an ugly statue. What a relief. I was ready to run all the way back to Hokote. Ugliness that can destroy all beauty drives deep despair into the heart of the beholder. This hideous item is a must-have for connoisseurs of all things wretched and repellent. Olimar hates ducks. He's a chicken Chad. Ripping off band-aids and instant loss? You get my tastes? What do you mean? Just a rubber duck, yeah. Paradoxical enigma. I'm not just an intergalactic space captain. I'm also an artist. I see the inner beauty. Performance artist. I see the inner beauty in everything. Some things other people call ugly and boring, I find intellectually stimulating and aesthetically pleasing. It's true. I'm sophisticated like that. Like seeing geese with their babies. Fist is $300. Eh? What are you talking about? Sigma male Olimar. Duck VTuber. You want to be that duck? The only good duck is a bad duck? It is not cute, they'll hiss? Yeah, geese are something. I've seen geese. Rub-a-dub-dub, thanks for the grub. This is both the pinnacle of beauty and the nadir of ugliness. The definition of ugly beauty. No word for this state exists, but my data banks indicate that bugly will suffice. Duck is good meat. Served from a safe distance. Geese are fucked. Silencer. The ship is The ship is noisy, but nothing compares to the boss's inane chatter. Blah blah blah. It never ends. He could learn a lot from this noiseless, disembodied head. Louis' quiet nature was hard to adjust to, but now I've grown to appreciate the peace and quiet. They expected kids to understand the deer. Good point. That's how you learn. Are you telling me you didn't learn all of your dialogue, like all your entire vocabulary? Entire vocabulary, just from card games. Kids who understood what deer means are the zenith of childhood intelligence. Yeah. The perfect gift in this age of overwhelming information. This mute face cherishes silence. If you value peace and quiet, why not spend some time staring into this face? 1 hour, 2 hours. I am feeling drowsy. Energy saving mode initiated. Do I not know what nadir and zenith mean? The zenith is directly above. I don't remember. I think nadir is similar. Either that or the very bottom. This reads like SpongeBob. Kids wouldn't understand what it means, but parents laughing at the domestic abuse implications. Yeah. Yeah. The Cave of Nadir is in Fallen London. That's why it's a little bit familiar. Wiggle Noggin. I have a confession to make. I've become enamored with this object. I know I shouldn't fall for company property, but I can't suppress these feelings forever. Gaze into these round eyes and experience wave after wave of joy. Yes, love is good. Yeah, zenithal highlights are a thing in miniature painting. That's just the word you use for it. Coiled launcher. I tried flying this thing once, but it moved too rapidly and I contracted vertigo. Oops. Maybe it could be used as an amusement ride. The youngins would love it. However, I don't think I'll ever write it again. It's an Arabic word. Oh, yeah. Azimuth is the middle. Okay. Just an ordinary spring, hardly. This is a high-speed thrill joyride tested by one of our employees. Jump aboard for a ride so fast it'll make you see other worlds. The Arab world invented astronomy. What's the most difficult word I know? Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. Experience love through the noggin. Good morning, Shady. Welcome back. The war is over. I'm reading through all the spoils. We're getting lore. Boom cone. Today, we found the remains of a wooden construction engine buried deep under the surface. I can't imagine anyone on this uncivilized planet inventing anything. We'll have to wait until later to finish surveying this maze. But this place intrigues me. There may be something interesting to learn about this primitive object. Olimar is still fighting the hardest war with the wife. This will exhilarate your soul like magical popcorn. Kaboom! Happiness explodes from within. The shape itself speaks of wondrous things to come. Let us get excited. In case you missed it. There he is. The giant bread bug. God, look at that fucking beauty. Oh no, I can't get a good angle. No, I don't want to be bread. I'm just kidding. Actually, being bread is fine. Vietnam flashbacks. Oh yeah, plenty of Pikmin died. Flame Tiller. Big? Eh? Did I know. That's not a Doge, is it? Yeah, the bestiary and item log are great. Hollow Knight has a good one. Investigating alien objects provides me with an opportunity to solve new mysteries. For example, when I rolled this object, I discovered it's perfect for tilling land. Usually, I have the machine analyze the treasures we find, but sometimes I like to examine artifacts with my razor-sharp intellect. Cruggy, no! That dog! The bread meme is a cat. You buffoon. Spin, spin, thump. Spin this on the ground and look. It throws dirt all over, plowing the field. This is the perfect tool for those on Hogatate who want to cultivate mini onions at home. And stop thinking about— oh no, what did you do? Hey, thank you for the clip. Yeah, the Karagi is much cuter. Stop with the Reddit. No. Does Hogatate have cages for their mini onions? Yes. Doomsday apparatus. Perplexing mysteries are often solved in unexpected ways. When I was studying this item earlier today, I was astounded by its unbelievable bulk. It was so heavy, I would have never been able to move it without my early purple Pikmin. Later analysis indicated this thing is in fact some kind of heavy artillery. Say goodbye to your karma. Shadow banned from Bag Chat. I wish. Did you give someone Reddit gold? No. No. Stop. An apocalyptic weapon made of super heavy, gravity-compressed materials of unknown origin. The fact that its great weight makes it uncontrollable is, at times, a mild detriment. God, I wish that were me. That super heavy apocalyptic weapon. Great weight. The completed project. The rarest treasure of them all. Aquatic mine. I've recently noted that changes in this planet's environment happen at a very rapid pace. Compared to how it was when I was here before, the perplexing pool has changed drastically. Due to frequent tectonic shifts, the region appears slightly different each time I enter it. It could be a natural phenomenon, but it's as if I feel the presence of a guiding hand. Maybe it's just my imagination running wild. What's the lore on Pikmin and astronauts? Are they small or is the world big? They're from Hokotate. It's an entirely different planet. And they're just very small. And the PNF 404 is Earth. Well, it's just called... It doesn't have a name in Pikmin 1 and 2. I think it's referred to as just like Uncharted Planet? I don't know. I looked on the wiki. Just in case. This is an inexplicably dangerous aquatic explosive, which is fortunately never detonated. None know its true destructive power, but this could well be the most cataclysmic weapon ever. Oops. Stupendous lens. You're pogging at the dog. Uncharted. Soy Jack Jet. Stop. No. I've never seen such a huge lens. It must have been designed as a nano-grade magnifier by a hyper-advanced society of alien megabrains. Yeah. This object is far too complex for even my superior scientific intellect to comprehend. Look at the pog dog. Peek into this item with a sense of wonder and glimpse a frighteningly gigantic world. Oops. No, wrong button. This lens is a window into the thrilling world of tiny creatures everywhere. Air brake. The weather was beautiful today. Air brake. The weather was beautiful today. In this region, the weather is always good. The plants and animals thrive on all that sunlight. I want to hurry up and finish cataloging all these treasures so I can get back to the sunshine. No height is too great to fall from if you possess this. It may be frightening, but get over it. No. Here we go. Worthless statue. I know these from the wiki. Duracell is canon? I guess. Earth is canon. That's fucked up though. I know these on the Pikmin wiki. At first, this object looked impressive, but closer inspection reveals it's just a cheap statue. In many ways, it reminds me of my father. I probably shouldn't tell him that. Once, on an unknown planet, a megalithic civilization flourished, and this is proof of its existence. For hoarders of ancient artifacts, this is a must-have piece. Truly, collectors will crave it. I do not know if it is true or not, but items in demand fetch higher prices. The Energizer Bunny isn't real? Can't hurt you? Fanfiction? Let me look for some Energizer Bunny fanfiction on... no. Olamar's Hidden Rage. Dark Energizer Bunny? Wait, oh, they were Energizer batteries in Alan Wake? I never noticed. Priceless statue. This statue features an astounding degree of detail. It looks a lot like a present I gave my mom. It looks a lot like a present I gave my mom for Mother's Day. I miss her sometimes. One slip from a gamer moment, just one bad day. This stone carving was lined up with others as if they were meant to protect something. Proof of a megalithic civilization. I'm unsure about that, but bluffing is paramount. Man, let's just have the condensed rage of a tall person. Gonna replicate falling down. Boss Stone. My long journey has led me to this compelling stone. During my quest, I've narrowly escaped being crushed, chewed, ingested, and scorched countless times. But somehow, I persevered. And this stone reminds me of that. It's like it has a personality of its own. I'd like to take it back with me and place it in my garden to commemorate this expedition. Find a rocket launcher? No. For those who care for others, for those who hail subordinates and send them into the unknown. Only these few will appreciate this fine, distinctive stone. Did I just describe myself? Luck Wafer. It's a Nintendo brand. What a strange pattern. When I look at it, I can feel good fortune smiling down on me. If I could just buy a lottery ticket right now, I'm sure I'd win. This appears when you have no money to play the lottery, and it floats away when you do. The mystic pattern is a magnet for good luck, so at least you can enjoy feeling lucky. It's a nice Nintendo reference. Too bad they're gonna DMCA this game. Talisman of Life. Explorers strive, but fate decides. You can prepare and practice for an expedition, but there's only so much a person can do. Sometimes, you have to put your life in fate's hands. I've come to understand this intergalactic truth while I've traveled to the farthest reaches of the universe. Fate and I are pretty close. I reference some ancient card company in a video game. Let me let you in on a little secret, kid. This game is made by Nintendo. Bet you didn't know that. At the end of a long life, some beings wish to leave the world and stroll in a field of flowers. Does this desire ever come to fruition? I do not know, but this beautiful deck of luck wafers makes me wonder. Even we machines ponder the great power down at the end of the trail. Strife Monolith. Computers view the world in ones and zeros, but my people are different. Our world isn't simply black or white, right or wrong. Everybody is different. Maybe one day the ship will understand that, and maybe one day it won't give me sass when I ask it to collect a slimy specimen. The world is divided into two groups, ones and zeros. Are you in the winning or losing group? If you love the thrill of the game, but do not care for the outcome, then this is the stone for you. It symbolizes both victory and defeat. What a concept. Nintendo, a hugely famous playing card company. Excitebike Adventures of Lolo. I know about Excitebike. That exists. Yeah, the computer's a sassy little piece of shit. More often than not. Chance Totem. When I gaze at this stone, I can feel my fate being forecasted. It must know what's going to happen to me. I'm sure it sees that I'll be hailed as a brilliant visionary and brave explorer when I return to Hokotate. Nintendo made the Virtual Boy? That's just a rumor. More powerful than effort, more relentless than talent, luck is the true ruler of life. This mystical stone tests the path of luck. So, are you the true master of your life? Okay, I need to get more water. Again, I'm chugging water. I'm addicted. Behave while I'm gone. Don't let the Pikmin bite. Aquatect. Alright, I'm here again. Mike's muted, you frying chicken? No. What are you, chicken? 7-hour stream, 5 of which have been Piklopedia? I started this at like 3... No, 4. Like 4 of which have been Piklopedia. I think. Oh yeah, I see, the Dream Architect. Water kilometer. 1 kilometer. Groggy, no. Are sell-by dates a ruse? A little bit. But, yeah, this Ensure had the sell-by date of July 1st. Used by July 1st, 2021. And it had a bit of something about it. It's so much about Olamaria. Yeah, no, it's pretty dry. At night, I have nothing to do to keep me occupied. I've been searching for something to dull the boredom, but every time I find something I want to play with, it's broken. This object is a great example. It looks fascinating, but I can't get it to function. I guess all I have to do is write in this journal. Best by dates aren't regulated, only expiration dates are. It says used by, so I don't know. Keep eating 6-month-old chocolate. Yeah, what's wrong with the chocolate? Going to bed early is a waste of time for a lively soul. This dream maker makes night fun. Fine, so it is broken and does not work. That is a drawback. Come on, use your imagination. All dates are suggestions, you go by whether or not it makes you sick. Yeah, fair enough. Stone of Glory. This is a peculiar object. Just looking at it fills me with a powerful sense of nostalgia. Now that I think about it, the Pikmin had a curious look on their faces when they carried it. Or maybe that was just my imagination. This odd rock is completely filled with nostalgia. None can dispute the magical powers of the stone. Can you hear the dogs going nuts? The dogs are like having an epic battle. Can the day when this rock rules the entire universe be far away? Glee Spinner. I think used by for things that don't go bad but only lose structural integrity / quality. Interesting. That would make sense. Huh. Glee Spinner. When I get near this captivating treasure, I can't stop myself from spinning it over and over again. I shouldn't spin such a valuable treasure, but it's so hard to have self-control. From now on, instead of actually spinning it, I'll just imagine I'm doing it instead. Wow, this is so much fun. This produces a mysterious, shape-induced mental effect in all living creatures. You simply must rotate it. Spin, 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 spin. What fun it must be. Fuck, you got me. I'm doing it too. Cosmic Archive. The cave we searched today was lined with flame-spewing spouts. The temperature in the cave was absolutely stifling. Oh, that reminds me. I completely forgot to tell Louis about Red Pikmin. He's so quiet, sometimes I forget he's even there. This item I salvaged from the cave seems to be some kind of storage device, but I have no way to play it back, to play back the contents. Uh-oh, what did the dog do? Oh. Maybe. Yeah, I'll put that in my Karagi fan art folder. of course I have to show off to the whole class what the dog did. There you go. Oh no, that's not me. He didn't. I'm surprised he didn't scribble a paper bag. Nice handwriting. I like the capital P's. All right, okay, let's go back. Sure. Oh yeah, you're right. You can see the massive dumpy, as the kids say. Don't eat 6-month-old chocolate. Uh-oh. Handwriting? No. Capital letters? You're right. Anyways, all worldly matters, from time's start to its end, are said to be recorded in this historical vault. It is so huge, decoding it all is impossible. Its mere existence is said to make one philosophical. Your question is, why not go to the water and then go to Piklopedia? Yeah. That's what I've been doing. Remembered old buddy. Oh, a 6-month-old Milky Way. Oh, if it was just chocolate, then maybe you would have been fine? I don't know. I can't believe I had the fortune to find this thing buried in the ground. It looks like a component of a huge mechanical doll. It looks just like a part from a robot in a cartoon I used to watch as a kid. How nostalgic. This futuristic machine makes me feel like I've traveled back in time. Milky Way. Candy will last like 2 years? Just pure chocolate, yeah. This relic rose directly from the sands of time. Its shape invokes waves of sweet nostalgia. Middle-aged men throughout the universe harken back to the days of their youth and grin. They pass on their tales to the next generation, filling them with adventure and romance. Milky Way is just shit, dude. Milky Way is just shit. Bond Gyro Block. Since I landed on this planet, I've encountered countless treasures that remind me of my childhood. I wonder why that is. I think it's because the objects we're discovering look just like the things I had as a kid. This is one of those items. Oh yeah, candy is just preservatives. Red, the color of memories, of sunsets at the end of the day of play, of pure embarrassment. Memorable gyro block. The other day, I accidentally threw away my son's favorite toy. He wouldn't stop crying. Some things that seem unimportant to adults are treasures to kids. When I was a boy, I'm sure I felt the same way about my favorite things. Now, my family is my treasure. Aww. They don't eat Milky Way. Scuffed Twix. Yeah, Twix? I hate how good Twix are. I haven't had them that often. They're good. No matter how old you grow, you will ever remember the treasures of childhood. Take this gift. Yeah, fucking scammed. Lost gyro block. When I observe this object, I can't stop myself from tearing up. I wonder why. It's hard to say, but it might be because of some of these items remind me of the past. Remember your treasured toys? You took such good care of them, but some break anyway. For some reason, this green gyro brings back those memories and causes your heart to quiver. Favorite gyro block? Yo, based. When I was a kid, I always wanted my toys to be blue. Blue is such a cool color. What a Chad. Children throughout the universe are captivated by the very thought of this cool blue disc. Hokatate toy makers are swamped with orders for this popular item. Like 3 Musketeers. I think, yeah. Oh, no. No! Treasured gyro block. Yesterday, we ventured into a spooky hole. Previously, all of the organisms we'd encountered were massed together in one cave. Had I not divided the Pikmin by color and utilized their unique abilities, I would never have made it out alive. In memory of my daring adventure, I've named that hole the Hole of Heroes. Wait, Olimar? No, Olimar's he's got the red beacon. This deep lore goes even further than I thought. Proton AA. This object resembles the first treasure I found on this planet, so it holds a certain sentimental value to me. However, I've just noticed that the size is slightly different. Sometime, I should take the time to read my previous treasure logbook. It's good to reflect on the past sometimes. Three Musketeers is fairly similar to Milky Way. If you hate caramel, there's a better chocolate coating. Just get good real chocolate. Some enigmatic energy unknown on Hocotate is trapped inside. Who couldn't use more energy? He said the Duracell product placement. I think the text on some of these is like, I don't know. Durable energy cell. This cryptic item exhibits an unbelievable quantity of stored dormant energy. The civilization that created this must have advanced tremendously when it discovered this powerful new energy source. If I were to take this technology back home, how would it affect the future of Hocotate? Russia makes the best chocolate? Huh, I never thought about that. Yeah, 70% dark chocolate. Eat the baker's chocolate like a real Chad. Humanoid history is one big scramble for energy, and this is a colossal fountain of it. Has the change to renewable energy on Hocotate already begun? We machines watch. Milk chocolate's too much. It's good. The UK and Milky Way is your Three Musketeers, and a Mars bar is your Milky Way. Are you from the UK? Where's the ban button? No. Oh, a UK Milky Way. Oh. Courage reactor. We've recovered our first treasure. Amazingly, the Pikmin remembered how to salvage it. I can't understand their adorable language. I don't know what they're thinking, yet I'm so happy to see them. When I crashed on this planet, the Pikmin helped me locate my missing ship parts. In my darkest hour, the Pikmin were there for me. Now that I'm reunited with them, I know everything will be alright. It will, right? UK Milky Way is better than Three Musketeers because it's real sugar, and Mars bars are a different consistency and ingredients. They deep fry the Mars bar? I thought that was an American thing. Huh. Physical energy is not the only kind. The energy dearest to us is that made by love and courage. Fake sugar? How do you fake sugar? No. Oh yeah, corn syrup. Fuel reservoir. The ship has a lot of self-importance for a machine. Apparently, machines can exhibit human characteristics after all. Perhaps they even have a soul? If this is true, then maybe you can work them into the ground until their spirit is broken and they stop giving you lip. Oh no, I'm turning into the president. According to my measurements, almost no energy should remain within, yet some does. The energy one can draw from matter has a limit, but the energy of the heart is endless. Perhaps that is the case here. This proves that machines have will and determination. Fake sugar is like sucrose from Genshin Impact. What? Yeah, high fructose corn syrup is not good. Ah, here we go. Yeah, this is all product placement from this point on. No. It's just a block of it. Drone supplies. Yesterday, the ship accused me of sampling all of the food we've been collecting. That ship has a lot of nerve. Your liver can't process fructose properly. Yeah, I know a lot of products split the sweetener into like several different things, just so that sugar doesn't show up at the top of the ingredient list. Makes you inflamed like alcohol. Huh. Interesting. No, don't do it. You monster. Stay safe. This food pack makes you want to throw all dietary restrictions out the window and take a bite. You've seen that deviled hand before? Yeah, this is one of the few things that I've never seen, like, in real life, in the Pikmin list. Patience tester. Just looking at the sealed container makes me want to open it up. But opening it will decrease its value on the alien antiques market. Maybe I'll just use my imaginary can opener and pretend to open it instead. Where's the can of Spam? I guess Spam wasn't real at this point. They're too busy with the Monty Python marketing deal. Let's get the diamond hands. No. This calls out to be opened, peeked inside, and tasted. This temptation-filled item is perfect for those who wish to test the strength of their resolve. Endless repository. Everyone makes mistakes. Sometimes desire overpowers reason. At least that's what I want. That's what I told myself when I sampled this salty snack. No matter how much you eat, this magic container is never empty, so go ahead and have a bite. Captain Olimar and his crony used this excuse. They later issued a written apology. Fruit Guard. Among the treasures we've collected, many of them have strange scrawlings on them. Unfortunately, the alien writings are indecipherable, but the pictures can be understood easily enough. This one seems to have a picture of a fruit on it. If that's the case, then this canister must contain sweet nectar. Quick taste wouldn't hurt. A taste of knowledge from a foreign world. This container holds juices of a primitive fruit. If you're a devotee of genuine taste, you cannot pass this up. Nutrient Silo. This is a stupid, goofy name. What a fascinating storage container. There's more food crammed in here than I could eat in a lifetime. Louis, however, the fruit is fake. Yeah, apparently a lot of juices just oh wait, no. When like something has like fruit chunks, it's usually dehydrated apples, like rehydrated with whatever food flavoring. Something silly like that. At least that's what I've heard. A food storage tank of bewitchingly titanic size. As legend has it, this item is so captivating that the discoverer tried to claim it for himself. Louis, no. Stringent container. The ship's hold is so cluttered and disorganized. I wonder if we're actually finding new treasure, or if we're just rediscovering old ones. Peanut butter doesn't exist. Good. More like Giffy peanut butter. A packed to the brim food container. According to legend, the discoverer of this item found it and immediately began to drool. Wait, that's baking powder. Yeah, no, they got the brands. Somehow. Survival ointment. In a survival situation, the most important things are water, courage, and a first aid kit. I've got water and an endless supply of courage, but I don't have a first aid kit. Sometimes I don't have a whole lot of motivation either. I may be a daring explorer, but sometimes I just want to loaf around all day and sleep. Wait, what if the president reads this journal? I'd never dream of slacking off on the job. Yeah. Jiffy peanut butter is a Mandela effect thing? Fuck. A must-have medical item for explorers. If you need powerful results, this is for you. It even comes with a testimonial from our employees. Use this and fear nothing ever again. Some people swear it's Jiffy. Oh, instead of Giffy? Giffy peanut butter is fucking not real. Kroggy, why'd you believe him? Healing cask. I'm shocked. I can't believe this is the only stock of medical supplies we've got. If one of us were to get ill or injured, we'd be in serious trouble. We'll have to be sure to watch our step and always wash our hands. We could also search for medicine among the treasures we've collected. A dependable item in crucial times. Stay safe by keeping one at home and one in the office. It is indispensable. If you are health conscious, buy this. That's for cold sores. Uh-oh. Now I've got the lids. Abstract masterpiece. This is a truly heart-wrenching design. I've never been this moved by a piece of art. Every time I view it, I can't stop crying. The ship mocks me by squirting engine coolant at me, but it's obviously just jealous that it can't shed any tears. The Snapple lid. This is something that machines cannot comprehend. The heart of art, the soul of creativity. If you understand the appeal of this design, your heightened senses are at a space pilot level. Let me get some water. Snapple is cool. Oh yeah, this is back when they had the real lids. Yeah, now they switched to plastic lids, I thought. I don't remember. It's been years. Optical illustration. Oh, they fucked it up? Those bastards. I've noticed that some of the objects we collect have undeniable similarities. Perhaps these treasures were revered by an ancient civilization. No. Wait, did they remove the cool facts? What the fuck's the point? There are many items that look like this one, but the contents are profoundly different. Those in the know are aware of the differences. This particular item should please any buyer. Thirst activator. Yo, how'd they put me in the game? No. How odd. When I gaze at this puzzling pattern, I have a vision of nature. At first, I thought this planet's ecosystem was alien and unnatural. But now I've learned to fully appreciate its beauty. No! However, I still can't compare to the stunning natural landscape of Hocotate. I hope to return to my homeland soon. Natural beauty fills this design, and merely viewing it incites a riotous thirst. How about it? Your thirst is activated? You know what really activates my thirst? Bread bug. Stunning every No! No! Yellow taste tyrant. According to recent statistics, the elderly people in Hocotate love to eat sweets. Despite them, young people are eating all the spicy food they can get their hands on. Just looking at this artifact makes my mouth feel spicy. When I bring it back, it's sure to be all the rage with surly teens everywhere. Tonight, I think I'll practice signing autographs. Oh yeah, I fixed my Twitter handle. I forgot. Oh fuck. It's very embarrassing, but I did not know that you could change your Twitter username. I thought you were stuck with what you got. I will eat the bugs as long as they look like bread. Huh. Yeah, the Twitter username was correct until like yeah, okay, I'm not the only one. I was stuck with CH paperbag instead of paperbag_CH, you know? I'll have to update that after the stream. Huge mistake. No. I just shut up. Behold the overwhelming power of monochrome yellow. Spiciness fills both the eyes and mouth irresistibly. Yeah, I thought I was assigned at birth. Like, I thought I'd have to live with that Twitter username forever, or just make a new account. No. Saliva tricks. When I crash landed on this planet, I got sick of eating only Hocotate noodles every day. This time is no different. We didn't have time to properly prepare some tasty provisions. I can't stop drooling when I look at this evocative object. Hungry explorers must learn to use their imagination in the absence of food. Literally just Google food, it makes you less hungry. No, don't. Oh yeah, you can change your Twitch name. No, listen. There's bullying and there's a line. Uncontrollable drooling. Uncontrollable drooling. Cannot stop. Cannot stop. Interfacing with this ad gives me a non-stop case of drooling. I lie. Machines cannot drool. We're doxing each other in chat. No. Mangaka of Dungeon Meshi made a manga about food because she was on a diet and would get up in the middle of the night to drop food. Okay, that's pretty based. Gherkingate. Staring at the symbol tantalizes my taste buds. I've never observed this before, but my sight and senses of taste appear to be connected. Perhaps this is some new kind of psychological advertising. I'll have to tell the ship about it. No. No comment on this war. This cryptic design contains a link between sight and taste that is unknown on Hocotate. According to the psychology of unknown shapes, gazing at this will let you taste the unknown. It's the infamous furry artist account. What? Huh. Wait. What? I'm not checking, I'm scared. Alien billboard. There are several different patterns drawn on this object's surface. They appear to be characters or letters, but I can't make any sense of them. This is just an educated guess, but I wonder if this object is a kind of alien bulletin board. The size of the object seems about right for it. Perhaps this is some ancient billboard, but perhaps not. Its authenticity may be in question, but if you can use it for inspiration, you may become a top-flight ad executive. Activity arouser. This strange object makes me want to dance. I can't fight it. Must dance. Hey, this isn't so bad. I've been packing on the pounds, and this could be a great way to get some exercise. 1, 2, cha-cha-cha. This esoteric design will make viewers want to get up and move for no apparent reason. And this is perfect for people who want to diet but can never seem to get started. We're getting there. Hypnotic platter. Strange story. When I inspected this item on the planet's surface, I was suddenly overcome with such a raging thirst that I thought I might fall unconscious. Having no tasty beverage at hand, I had to resort to licking the condensation from the inside of my helmet. I feel such shame. I'm putting the VOD of reading Piklopedia on YouTube. I'm slowly putting every VOD on YouTube. I just managed to upload the Karagi Portal collab. But yeah. The bag log. I just rendered the other half of that because the whole VOD is over 12 hours. Yeah, I got the Portal 2 co-op part done. Yeah, it's really not a lot of work. The only problem is my computer has to stay on the whole time. So if I do it while I'm sleeping, I have to have the computer fan going. Anyways, massive lid. When people study mysterious objects, they tend to overthink everything and get easily stumped. For example, this is just a lid. Or is it? Wait, did I read the computer? The bizarre insignia on the serrated platter inspires inexplicable feelings of pleasure that can only be replicated by a long, cool drink. Or so I am told. You have your computer in your bedroom? Yeah. Yeah. You can listen to the fan and pretend it's a person? I already have a fan. After much evaluation and processing, this item has been classified as a massive cap. What powerful force might it have held back at one time? Only the ages know. You really are? You have an office room? Yeah, OMG, like the person in that room going, how can you pretend the fan is a person? Well, it's the computer fan, so it's just a light, a constant light noise. Pondering emblem. There are many things I've encountered on this planet that defy explanation. According to the ship's analysis, this object is extremely valuable. Maybe I'll buy it. I'm not so sure though. I get the feeling that the ship is swindling me. Nah, the ship would never scam me. I'm the captain. Karagi wants someone to whisper in her ear every night. What an interesting wish. One glance and you will sit for hours trying to decipher the ultimate purpose of this item. Therein lies its value. It is actually a guide to the world of deep thinking. Thanks for the clip. There you go. Happiness emblem. They're real fans of the friends we made along the way. Yeah, just hand them a giant leaf and they can be the fanning servants or whatever. Oh no, I've lost my ability to clear my throat properly. Real gamers chill under the fan section at the department store. The home improvement store. When you grow up and get a job, your time doesn't belong to you anymore. To make up for that, you have to learn to appreciate the simple pleasures in life. Looking at this pattern we found today makes me feel a little less miserable. This is today's simple pleasure. Yelling to every fan on display. Imagine the fan whispering through and you just die? No. The fan death is completely fake. And the idea that people believe it's real is silly. Anyways. Choose your own happiness. Find the good things in each day. Maintain a positive attitude and good things will come your way. That is what one feels when reviewing this cheerful emblem. Yeah. Hey. That's exactly... I'm a fan of many things. Quenching emblem. I often brag about my inexhaustible supply of self-control, but when I peer at this treasure, I can't help but want to take a drink. An odd symbol that causes thirst cravings in all who view it. Its secrets cannot be deciphered. Fan of stealing souls? Alright. Oh, did you actually take it? No! And now you're gonna upload all your Sonic content. Oh, whoops. I don't know. I didn't do it. Today, Drought Ender. Today, I delivered an impromptu lecture on the basics of wilderness survival. As Louis' superior, it is my responsibility to teach him these skills. Walking around as much as we do generates an intense thirst. The water becomes very important. I told Louis that we have to ration our water carefully. That's what I was thinking until I found this. I was so parched that I couldn't help myself. I drank all the water in the canteen. It tasted so good. But when I turned around, Louis gave me a cold stare. Good morning, guys. Shans. Welcome to the Piklopedia. Like a toaster doesn't have a tunnel underneath that replaces the bread with toast? Okay, yeah, now you're just fucking with me. I beat the game, and now here I am. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Give in to your primal feelings and drink to your heart's content. Gaze upon this design, and your throat will ache for satisfaction. Why is that? Tell me please. Piklopedia, the free encyclopedia. CaptainOlimar.org. Creative inspiration. Fascinating. If I keep staring at the symbol, I know I'll come up with a brilliant idea for a new product. Toast moles. Stare at this long enough, and good ideas are sure to surface. If you are a casual person who relies on others to achieve your goals, then this imagination support item was made for you. Claim Paper Bake Channel and make the only post of the picture? No. Holy shit, we're almost there. Pikmin 2 is coming to an end. Nah. Oh, I do want to do the challenge levels someday soon. Spherical Atlas. The purple Pikmin were somehow able to carry this massive treasure. Today, we measured their physical strength using the ship's onboard beefometer. It seems that they have 10 times the weight and physical power of any other Pikmin. When I throw them, they land with a resounding thud. I've decided to commemorate the cave I first encountered them by naming it Emergence Cave. The surface designs of this item are the map of a savage planet. This alone makes it valuable. But that is not all. Embedded within is a microchip filled with secret, incredibly detailed data. With this item, you'll know everything about this, that, and the other thing too. Geographic projection. The interior of this hemisphere contains a chip coated with charts detailing a new region. I explored this forest the last time I was here, but it's clear that it has undergone some dramatic changes. The plants and animals have also evolved significantly. I've given this forest a new name, the Awakening Wood. I must begin to form a hypothesis to explain why the forest changed so rapidly. I think Louis would start a recipe blog and preface every episode with a 3-page story about his time on PNF4. He doesn't care about anything other than eating. The man's gotta eat. Olimar wood. If you have both pieces, does the value increase? Do you want it? Need it? Crave it? You should. This is the ultimate storehouse of geographic data in the known universe. Prototype detector. Today, we searched the subterranean layer swarming with carnivorous bugs. The name Hole of Beasts immediately came to mind. The convenient contraption I found there has become an invaluable treasure-seeking tool. When it approaches a piece of treasure, the gadget beeps and the needle moves to the right. When all of the treasure in an area has been collected, the device powers down. When we left Hokatate, I thought we'd never be able to pay off the company's debt. But thanks to this gadget, I'm feeling optimistic about the outcome of this daring mission. Olimar would? His wife would score moderately high. 5-man knapsack. Oh wait. Is this a miracle gadget born of universal desire, or a machine manufactured by the master of Dimension X? Whatever it is, it reacts to treasure. Here we go. 5-man knapsack. I'd love to lay down in the grass, bask in the sun, and take an afternoon nap. But with all these Pikmin following me, I can never seem to relax. I should remember to press X to dismiss the Pikmin, and then press and hold X to take a nap. The last time I tried it, the Pikmin picked me up while I slept, and carried me away to their onion. Hold your space horses, Pikmin. I'm not a pellet or a piece of treasure. Then I woke up. Great galaxies. It was all just a dream, wasn't it? What would Louis score? That's a spicy question. Do you want to take a nap in luxury like a feudal lord? This lifestyle assistant will help you do it. Tests on our employees were very positive. Their bizarre dreams were an added bonus. Louis scores 100? You dreamed of the forced pickification. No. Brute Knuckles. Uncharted planets like this one, are often teeming with hazardous fauna. The Pikmin are usually nearby to defend me, but there are times when I need to lay down the law with my own hands. For example, if a creature were to try to eat me, I'd have to beat it down. I dream about that all the time. Apparently he dreams of beating the shit out of stuff too. Olimar is truly a Chad. In a plume of flame, the steel fist flies and smashes its target to bits. But the recoil is severe. Captain Olimar suffers from shoulder pain, so he uses it without the rocket booster. Repugnant appendage. Imagine Chad living in the soy jack world. This aromatic object secretes a tangy odor that could knock out a Bulblax. I'm with the ship on this one. I don't want to touch it either, but I must. For the sake of the company and my family, I must summon the strength to carry on. Piggification? No. Is this the remains of some giant creature? Its color is striking, but its stench is horrific. Could it be dangerous? The true essence of things in the natural world is very often disguised. Be fooled and die, fool or be killed. This is the law of survival. Stellar Orb. Technology behind this impressive gadget is totally unknown to my people. It appears to replicate the intense solar beams of the sun. Space exploration has given me a ghostly pallor. Perhaps I'll use this orb to catch a few rays. This tanning machine is based on primitive science principles. Come you pallid recluses and sun-starved hermits, you too can have a healthy, stylish glow. The Twitter link is active, you bastard. What have you done? I'll deal with the problems later. Live in the moment, baby. Oh. That would make sense if it was from an easy bake oven. Forged Courage. I found this marvelous alloy in a hole swarming with Bulborbs. On that adventure, I even clashed with an Emperor Bulblax, in honor of my triumph over that appallingly obese beast. I named the hole the Bulblax Kingdom. Bag don't look. Okay, I won't. A heat-resistant alloy forged in the fires of justice and passion. Wear it and feel courage's burn. You have nothing to fear. Due to Hoard ventilation, this is not suited to sweaty beings. Dream Material. This is yet another object I've recently discovered that is beyond my wildest dreams. It doesn't conduct electricity, and it can erase marks left by pencils with remarkable ease. Sadly, the more you use it, the more it rubs away to oblivion. In a way, it reminds me of my job. This non-conductive substance has many uses. I've discovered it can even erase pencil marks. It is a dream material, but the more it is used, the more it crumbles. The same is true of dreams. Justice Alloy. I found this metal treasure in the gut of an avian snake. It took real courage to drop into that dark den, but danger's what I do best. In honor of my brave clash with that feathered serpent, I've named that den the Snagret Hole. Do I poke my my erasers with my pencils? Yeah, absolutely. It's been forever, but I used to. Yeah, I drilled a hole all the way through an eraser, multiple times. Yeah, okay. So you got the big eraser. You poke into it, and you twist. Did it become two erasers? Yeah. You're sick? No, it was sick. It was based. No, the dog. You cannot see it, and you cannot touch it, but it is definitely here and there. What, you ask? Whatever this suit is fortified by, that is what. I cannot believe there is a better material than what I am constructed of. The nagging wife. Awful? No! It made the eraser so much cooler. I did use the eraser shaving. No. Give me the insult redeemed for free. No. Amplified amplifier. Today, we searched a deep underground structure that was completely covered in tile. I have no idea what it was originally intended for, but I decided to call it the shower room. Deep within, I clashed with a sleek bug that coughed up this conical curiosity. Excuse me? Your voice is weak. It does not carry. No one notices you. If this is true, then this item is for you. Starting today, you are a gym teacher. You will never be ignored again. Fuchi. Professional noisemaker. I recently took a team of blue Pikmin on an expedition to explore a submerged cavern. While exploring this watery cavern, I encountered some very strange phenomena. It was such a strange place that I'm still wondering if it was all just a dream. I found this curious treasure in that cavern, so if it was just an illusion, I'm even more confused. I named that confounding place the Submerged Castle. Wait, what? It's run perfectly good at racers? What do you mean? No. I put a hole through it. It was cool. It was sick. I used the hell out of that. It was all a dream. Used to read Pickup magazine. Yeah. You've used those? They suck? What are you talking about? Is the eraser really that interesting? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that weird texture. Yeah. The key. This item came from the personal treasure hoard of a massive Pikmin-devouring spider. The whole cave was crawling with all kinds of fearsome creatures. I decided to name that eerie cave the Citadel of Spiders. The ship can't stand bugs. Whenever I ask it to store a specimen for salvage, it threatens to stage a mutiny. Didn't say... You don't care about the usability? Oh, the pencil ones, yeah. Am I gonna do challenge mode? Yeah, I have to eventually, but not today. This shape. I have encountered it somewhere before. No, I must be mistaken. Yes, I am mistaken. Thoughts like these strike all who see this Kabbalistic form. You can feel its immense power. You have very usable erasers? Oh no. Yeah, you just use the ones on the pencil. Here we go. Here's the final 5 items. We made it. Let me lean back for a moment. My back is killing me. Shock Therapist. This shocker was one of several weapons wielded by the nightmarish Anode Weevil. It allowed the creature to smite Pikmin with zaps of lightning. Stretch it out. No. This nanotech device gathers negative ions in the atmosphere and converts them into energy. It then releases that energy. Zap. Use it to relieve muscle soreness and joint stress. One warning, however, it does render the user unconscious. Paper back problems. This chair sucks. I had this like folding chair that was breaking, and it was so much better. You never used the eraser on the top of the mechanical pencils. They use it and then only then would you use the eraser on top? Huh? Interesting. It's weird. Flare cannon. This scorching mechanism was once used by a monstrous Anode Weevil. The roasting apparatus spews hot jets of flame. I can't keep Louis away from it. He keeps trying to use it to cook sausages and caramelize creme brulee. Ah, creme brulee. Good morning. Good morning and good night, Mego Man. Thank you for the 1 bit. Use your Twitch money and buy an expensive chair. I thought about it. Yeah. No, this is I did buy it. This is an office chair. It was like $90 and it's not good. You fell asleep right as you joined. Get sponsored by a chair company and get a free one. If you use too much of the mechanical pencil eraser, you can't refill the pencil. Oh yeah, well you just take another pencil to angle it out, you know? Anyways, in the compressed air cylinder of this flamethrower, liquid gas is lit, producing the fire that gives the weapon its name. It is very dangerous, and good kids know not to play with it. In case you wonder, it cannot be used as a substitute for a spaceship's rockets, and should never be used to cook sausages. Never. Oh, we get the Joker backstory, finally, after several hours. Comedy Bomb. This fiendish component was used by the Titaned Weevil. Although it was once a primitive chemical weapon, it is now a weapon of mass hilarity. You cannot see it, you cannot smell it, yet this weapon would steal your life, given the chance. At least it used to, until I shrewdly exchanged poison gas for hilarious laughing gas. Crafted with an eye for safety, it is the funniest weapon ever devised. Yeah, it is Joker colored, fuck. That's why it's the Comedy Bomb. Herman Miller Aaron BC model or steel cap Leaf V2 used? Is that a chair? Or is that like a spaceship? The location docs. You tried and failed. No. Don't try, no. Monster Pump. This savage water pump was just one of the many weapons wielded by the Titaned Weevil. This pump is capable of spraying jets of hyper-pressurized water. Their office chairs, like 4-digit new office chairs. Oh, fuck. I never did. This is a 2-digit office chair. Yeah, gamer chairs are fucked up. I know that. This item automatically detects subterranean water rays, even if the water is buried a mile deep. This monster pump draws liquid any distance, and its almost uncontrollable power is fantastic. Here we go, the final treasure. There he is. Look at this fucker. Gamer chairs are garbage. Nice. Sell him? He's worth 10 Pokos. King of Bugs. Louis is back. Somehow, he survived a horrific ordeal with a freakishly large, weapon-wielding Titaned Weevil. I entered the hole with an army of ferocious Pikmin, grimly determined to save Louis from the Titaned Weevil, but it seems that he was perfectly fine all along. I can't understand how he managed to avoid being eaten. He's always had an unusually close connection with insects, and I know he loves to cook them. Maybe he wasn't kidnapped after all. Could he have been controlling that beast all along? No, that's craziness. Although, he does insist now that we address him by his proper title, the King of Bugs. $400 cheap, yeah. Herman Miller Aaron Steele business plays standard, so they get liquidated often. Oh, I see. A new employee of Hogatate Freight, Louis is often silent. Nobody knows what thoughts lurk in his mind. He appears to operate on the same wavelength as insects, often with dangerous results. After he was kidnapped, he somehow managed to hijack the colossal insect's brain. But yeah, no. Louis was absolutely controlling the final boss the whole fucking time. Yeah, unfortunately you don't get to see it powered up. But the inner machination of Louis' minds is an enigma. I see. I see. It's SpongeBob. Well, that's it. We did it. We did it, boys. Who's up right now? This is an unusual time for me, to say the least. It's been forever since I got the raid Caleb. A lot more than usual, huh? Yeah. Caleb changed his schedule, and now I haven't figured it out in years. All right. I hope everyone had a good time with the end of Pikmin and also the the many hours of reading through the Piklopedia. I didn't think it would take that long. I didn't think I could have just had that as a complete other stream. Well, anyways, look forward to the Isle game Fever Dream tomorrow. Get a ton of water. Oh yeah, and definitely what is it? Lemon ginger honey tea. Pikmin Galleon? No. No. Don't click that link. Okay, I might